Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? It is unanimous. Motion has been carried. Okay. We're going to move on to 3.1 and have our illustrious Mr. Hartman, who will give us an introduction and welcome us to what is sure to be a fun day full of candies and popcorn.
Candies and popcorn, your worship. Absolutely. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Welcome to a delayed 2023 business planning. I don't want to steal too much thunder from my colleagues behind me, because today is a day of an opportunity, I think, for Council to continue with Orientation 2.0. And I think that's the best way for Council to treat this. Normally, business planning is done in the fall. And staff work through the summer and early fall to put the budget binders together and the corporate plan. And then we present this to Council, usually late November, early December. And we've got a 5-year financial plan that gets us into January. And then we do ratifications as we go through the process once BC assessments are set in January. And then Council ratifies the 5-year plan. That's the normal budget timeline and calendar process. Unfortunately, with the election, I made the corporate decision that we would allow the onboarding, get that done, and then focus on Council's strategic plan, and then allow us to realign the budget, which not only delivers services 365 days, 24/7 to residents, but also to achieve Council's strategic objectives and key priorities. And so our senior leadership team sat before the election and said, look, it doesn't make a lot of sense for us to quickly float a budget without knowing where Council's priorities are. So as a result of that, we are where we are now. We've got a key set of priorities. We've done our best, given the time frame between the election and Council's strategic plan discussions and getting ultimately $150 million corporate budget into a binder, to allow you to start moving in the direction that you want to go for the next 4 years of your term. So what you're going to hear today and on Wednesday are multiple attempts or steps that we're going to do to shift from the 2022 budget into the 2023 and then ultimately the 2024. So as I said earlier, the goal for now is to get the operating budget and some of the key priorities of Council aligned. So we've treated 2023 as a foundational year. This is the opportunity for us to get some of the key priorities finished that were started over the last term, as well as start to move things in the direction that this Council wants to go. And we've heard you loud and clear with respect to your priorities and the discussions we've had, not only through onboarding, but also through Council orientation and definitely through strategic planning. So I'd encourage you to look at this as a 2-year kind of window and a 2-year process. The goal for us right now is that for the 2024 budget, we're going to come back in October, early November, and discuss what we're going to do for 2024. So even though you're talking about a 5-year window, staff have really focused on the 2023 and the transition from 2022 to 2023, and then ultimately 2024 will form part of a conversation in early fall. And then we'll wrap that up by the winter time. And so we'll have a general direction of where we're going for next year. So I just want you to keep in mind as we go through the conversation today and on Wednesday with respect to operating and with long-term capital planning, that those items are still being fleshed out as we go through a series of exercises internally and with Council to set those priorities for the next 4 years. So with that in mind, welcome to business planning. What you're going to hear today is all of the presentations from the general managers. The department heads, the directors will be in the audience to answer any technical questions that come up, but you've already met with them when we did our orientation in November, December. And so just to keep the process moving without a lot of transition, so we're not here until midnight, we wanted to make sure that you're hearing it directly from the general managers and from myself on behalf of administration. And then of course, there's opportunities for questions as we go through each one of our divisional sections. Depending on how time flies today or on Wednesday, we will then move into capital discussions, which is really about what we're doing from an infrastructure planning perspective and then starting to talk about tax rates and periods around what that looks like. And I think, as you've seen in the binder, the tax rates comparatively to some of our neighboring municipalities are quite reasonable, given the fact that we're in this kind of transition with an inflation rate, as we saw in the news last week, about 5.2 coming down from 5.9. So we are seeing increased costs to a lot of our capital works and the infrastructure, as well as the tendering that we're doing. So just keep that in mind as we go through that exercise, that as the economy continues to fluctuate, we need to be able to manage and pivot accordingly based on our budget numbers. So, but I think we've got a very solid plan that's going to get council to where they want to be by the end of the year. And then another plan coming in the fall to help us get to where we want to be by the end of 2027. So without further ado, I'm going to hand it over to Christina, who's going to do an overview of the business planning and budgeting processes, and we'll go from there. So good morning.
Thank you.
Morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Christina Crabtree, and I'm happy to be here this morning to be able to provide you a bit of an overview of business planning. And I like this first slide. I've used it before because I think that it really articulates the magnitude of what it is, what's the task in front of us. So the municipalities have more lines of business delivered by the most diverse workforce of any organization. Complicated strategic initiatives require the collaboration of the entire organization, the community, other levels of government, and our First Nations in order to be successful. So essentially, we're building a plan that strategically, financially, and operationally is capable of delivering on Council's vision. So Council, you are setting the vision for our community, and you have been working over the last period of time to develop those strategic priorities. It's the city leadership's job to take that vision and those priorities and to build a corporate plan, which is really comprised of two main components, the financial overview report and departmental business plans. And it is those departmental business plans that operationalize, and ultimately it's staff that deliver through their performance on the day-to-day activities in order to realizing that vision. And so essentially, Council's vision is filtered through the entire organization, sets our priorities, and staff delivers, which drives the results and ultimately delivers on your strategic objectives. So said another way, what is business planning? It basically takes the what that Council sets and determines how we're going to achieve it and how we're going to pay for it. So Council, you set through your strategic priorities, the vision. City leadership develops that corporate plan with those two documents in mind, the financial overview, which guides how we're going to be able to pay and fund for the programs, and the departmental work plans that sets out and ultimately delivers how we're going to do that. Business planning today and on Wednesday is comprised of a series of presentations. And you'll see, as Scott had mentioned, presentations from the general managers that will be describing the work that we're doing and how we're going to achieve it. CK Lee is going to be presenting the financial overview report, and that will tell us how we're going to pay for it and how things are funded. Through those presentations, and the capital plan will also be presented. Through those presentations, ultimately, Council will take that information and conduct their deliberations. And through those deliberations, they will give us clear direction on what we need to do in terms of building that financial plan. And that will be ultimately the city budget. And that direction and that financial plan is one of the key components that will set our property tax rate. So having said that, I'm going to pass it over to Trevor Thompson, who's going to talk to you about the approach of the financial plan for 2023 to 2027.
Good morning. Morning. Thank you, Christina. So the lens of the budget. I'm going to speak first to the standard timeline, the typical approach. And this kind of echoes what Scott was talking about earlier with respect to the guidelines being set in the spring, and then really the deliberations and a budget passed in January. So that is the typical. We're approaching actually the second bylaw, the May deadline, which includes carry forwards. So what's legislated is that council has a financial plan adopted by May 15th. So why is 2023 a atypical year? It is unique for a couple of reasons. Of course, the election, the process of onboarding council, understanding the direction that comes out of your strategic plan and those priorities to help us tune in the budget, as Scott mentioned, really to deliver on those items right away. So I appreciate all the efforts that were done prior to diving into a budget. And of course, we have some economic environment changes that have changed the rates and changed some of the pressures in the financial plan. So what are those pressures? Well, maintaining the existing service levels is now a cost of about 2.9%. On top of that, we have increasing funding for our sustainability of our assets of 0.6%. So the base budget, keep the lights on kind of budget is a 3.5% increase. We've then broken down the incrementals to a bunch of tiers. And each piece has different implications. There's a one-time aspect, and really that is you get, and we'll get into detail in the next couple of presentations, but the one-time items really are strategic studies, as well as assessments to get some traction on some of our. Is my mic funny? Thank you. So getting some feasibility studies and the likes, and we'll get into the details of those. These one-time costs are funded through two elements, accumulated surplus and a reserve for park and recreation. So there's no impact to the actual property tax increase. The next tier is items that we have funded through other sources. So this is what we've called a base tier. And this includes largely items that are funded through additional fees and utilities. So these are enhancements to our services in many respects, but don't come at a general property tax increase. The next tier is really dealing with some minor pressures. It has a 0.27% increase, taking the rate over on the right-hand side to 3.77. As we get into the other tiers, the tier 2 is again taking care of some pressures as well as making some minor service enhancements, and we'll speak to those items a little bit later. But that drives a 4.38%. And the last tier is really to get some traction on some of the strategic items, and you'll see exactly what those are as we get into the presentations. But some of these items are kind of imminent, so it's a matter of getting a bit of traction on some of these items and advance some of the strategic items within council's framework. So that brings the total property tax increase, if all the items are approved, of just about 5.5%, 5.65. So again, the focus is on 2023. There's a lot of master plans and other items that are on the horizon, and we'll see the implementation of plans develop in the next couple of years, and we'll have to develop a funding strategy around each piece. So really the focus is on setting a strong framework up in 2023 to allow us to deliver on those master plans. Some of the pressures I mentioned, inflationary type pieces, we are looking at a couple of contracts expire with respect to labor, so there's some uncertainty with exactly how much that's going to cost, but we have increased the financial plan based on those pressures. And lastly, uniquely, we have a $16.6 million grant in the province. We do have some a laundry list of items that we'd like to proceed with and advance. We have a 5-year capital program where we're able to advance some of those items in there, as well as a couple of items that are within strategic plans. The details of this grant are still emerging. And when we first looked at our list, land wasn't something we considered because typically it's not something that grants are eligible for. So we'll reevaluate and bring back to council a proposal on the 16.5 or $16.6 million. In addition, there's some requirements around this grant with respect to setting up a reserve fund. So council will see a bylaw in the next short while, spelling out exactly the parameters of the grant and setting up the bylaw appropriately. So lastly, the financial plan really does reflect the business plans and direction from council. There's a number of incremental requests to go through. Administration has strongly recommended the first few tiers, with the last tier as a conversation piece with respect to how aggressive does this council want to be on delivering some of the strategic items. We are fairly nimble when it comes to financials. We have some reserves and we are able to adjust throughout the year, and typical amendments that council will see usually are capital as we tender out a project and the market determines the cost. We'll bring back to council if that exceeds the budget, and of course land purchases. We will have to bring back an amendment when we decide what the grant is being spent on to authorize that expenditure. So and associated draw from the reserve. So we have received those funds already. They are sitting in our bank account. So it really is a matter of what are the priorities and taking the appropriate time to spend it right. Thank you. And with that, I'll pass it on to Scott to continue. Thank you.
Before we move on, just want to be mindful that TAs are planned. There's every department will open it up for questions.
And I just, what? Oh, sorry. Okay, so I just want to make sure that we have a chance to address conversations that we're having. So is there any questions specifically just on the process that Mr. Toombs is talking about? We're going to get into more and more and more stuff, but I just wanted to make sure that there's an opportunity if anybody had a question on how this process worked. Seeing none. All right, Mr. Hartman, you have the floor.
All right, I get the prestigious honor of presenting on behalf of administration. I'll leave that one alone.
Sorry, were you just speechless? That
No.
can't happen, can it?
No, I was biting my tongue on the first day of business planning, Your Worship. There we go. So as you're fundamentally aware, and I'm reminded on an hourly basis, my job as the city manager is to be ultimately the conduit between the governance side of council and the day-to-day operations and the strategic alignment of the city. So basically everything that the city is responsible for ultimately is my responsibility, and I report to the 7 of you on a daily basis with respect to how we operate and function, as well as how we deliver on council's overall strategic objectives. So the presentations today are going to be broken out. The general managers are going to be dealing with each one of their respective divisions. And so I'm going to talk about some of the direct departments that report directly into the CAO's office. And then my colleagues behind me will flesh out the rest of the details with respect to their separate departments. So administration as a whole is basically the departments that function at corporate policy. They provide, the whole division provides strategic leadership and the day-to-day operations of the city, as well as to ensure corporate alignment on council's strategic objectives. And that's ultimately the role of the city managers, to make sure that what council wants done is actually getting done, and that the policies, guidelines, strategies, and objectives of the city match and mirror those of council and the governance board at the time. From a very high perspective, without getting too deep into the weeds, some environmental scan issues that we're dealing with this year. Council's fundamentally aware that we're trying and working currently with a visual identity and branding and a new website. And this is to ensure that the day-to-day operations of the city, as well as the long-term vision of this council, is properly properly demonstrated, is properly communicated, and aligning with the goals and objectives of residents in the city of Maple Ridge. So as a result of that, we've got a centralized communication department that we did last year, and they're continuing their work this year and into the next 3 years of making sure that the messaging gets out and that residents are getting their voices heard, as well as the jobs of the 800 employees that work for the city are also being represented in the staff reports and the policies and the directions coming as recommendations from staff to council, and as well as that council is very much aware of where the community sits and stands on items that you were discussing and making decisions upon. Another key piece of that is to really focus on customer service and making sure that we have a service delivery process that maps out our processes, then make sure that we're providing efficient customer service, as well as that we're people focused. And so there's heavy work, and this is a challenge that we're working in the next year around making sure that the bylaws, the policies, the regulations, the direction, the strategies that we're putting are meeting the needs of citizens of Maple Ridge, the businesses of Maple Ridge, and that we have that direction and that line of sight. And so those are some of the things that my office and staff corporately are working on at that high level. The other piece, and I don't want to take too much away from Christina's presentation, when she follows up, but we have a very large issue in the corporation. And as technology has evolved, our processes need to evolve with it. And as a result of that, we need to undertake a heavy lift of digital transformation. And part of this is also doing a great deal of learning and development. And I'll get to that in another slide. But we need to be focusing a great deal of our corporate training programs on getting staff to understand how to use technology to do their jobs better. And you've first experienced PrimeGov and some of the bumpiness that comes with an online agenda management program. To be quite frank, we're only using about 50% of that right now because of the whole back end. We're still working our way through that clunkiness. And so part of this is, as we evolve as a corporation, as we try and serve residents much more efficiently, we need to also be training our staff and looking at a higher level of sight than what we're currently doing now. And so part of that whole process is making sure that we have staff in the right jobs at the right time, doing the right things, using the right technology. And that's everything from being able to acquire it, to being able to implement it, to then be able to use it strategically. And those are the things that Christina will deal with her presentation around IT. But Michelle Lewis and our HR department is heavily involved in making sure that the staff that we have working here are up to speed on the technologies, and working heavily with our IT department to make sure that we have that line of sight. The other big piece that we're dealing with right now, we had this conversation at one of our regional administrators meetings at Metro Vancouver, is it's a highly competitive job market. And not only is Maple Ridge competing with other local governments to find and attract talent, we're also competing with the private sector. And so part of our biggest challenge right now is making sure that we maintain our competitive advantage, that we're able to retain and attract people to come to work in Maple Ridge. And so there's a key priority focus on employee experience and retention. And that is everything about the culture of what happens within City Hall and within the walls of the corporation, as well as making sure that we have a line of sight on how we can retain and attract the right people to come and work in the city of Maple Ridge, which is going to help us move from the approximately 96,000 people we have living here today to nearly the 150,000 that are coming tomorrow. Intergovernmental relations and stakeholder collaboration is another key priority and what we need to be focusing on in Maple Ridge. And that's the job of Ms. Anastasiadis, who joined us in January. And so that has helped us get aligned with TransLink and Metro. We're working with BC Hydro, with some of our other larger provincial stakeholders, as well as to help with the work that Mr. Olivieri does with grant applications, and making sure that as a council moves on what is theoretically $1 billion worth of infrastructure requirements in the city, that we have a line of sight on how we can build those relationships and build those partnerships to make sure that Maple Ridge's voice is heard, not only at the regional level, but also at the provincial and federal levels as well. And of course, one big component of my job is to make sure that you have fiscal governance and accountability. And so that is the fiduciary duties of what it means to run a corporation and run a business. And that is exactly what Maple Ridge is. We're local government, but the corporation itself is and as functions as a business. So I'll start with economic development. As you're familiar with Mr. Westover's work, some of his key priorities, this is not everything, just so I can be fundamentally clear as we go through all of these slides today. from all of the general managers as well as myself that there is still a 365-day 24/7 operation that is still going on. These are just some key highlights that are funded within the confines of the tax rate that council decides to set, as well as in the current work plans that are in the binders in front of you. So last term, council endorsed an economic development and tourism strategy. Mr. Westover and his team in the Economic Development Office, as well as our corporate team, our senior leadership team, is highly involved in implementing that economic development and developing our tourism strategies. The key focus for him right now is on investment attraction and then business retention and expansion. We do have a position that will be coming on board to assist with business retention and expansion. And the key priority for Mr. Westover right now is investment attraction, making sure that dollars are coming in. And that is things that are going to allow us to move that tax rate off of the 93% that is currently residential. Film and tourism industry engagement. This is about promotion, expansion, and attraction in that area. As you're probably aware, I think Maple Ridge, and don't quote me on this for those listening at home, the amount of Hallmark movies shot in Maple Ridge are probably 90% of the market. But realistically, we make a fair amount of money on film and tourism. And so as a result of that, we need to make sure that we're engaging with that industry, making sure that they're aware that Maple Ridge is on the map, and making sure that we're finding that mix between what the residents and businesses of Maple Ridge could tolerate and how we can generate that positive PR and the positive revenue streams back for the city. And of course, you're very much aware that there's a study being being undertaken right now by a series of post-secondary institutions and the provincial government around the post-secondary feasibility and program training. So that work will continue as we talk about what we're going to do in our downtown core, and working with some of our private sector partners on making sure that we can attract and retain post-secondary institution into Maple Ridge. Councils had presentations from the chamber and the BIA as well. And so part of Mr. Westover's work is going to be building the capacity and collaborating with those two agencies and making sure that we have a direct line of sight and we're not tripping over one another's toes as we go about building the city and building the economy of the city and supporting businesses and attracting businesses coming and going from Maple Ridge. The other piece of that is to actively engage and work collaboratively with some other agencies. Invest Vancouver and the Fraser Valley Alliance are two that Mr. Westover's made very good inroads with, and that work will continue into 2023. Film sustainability, as I suggested, we make a fair amount of revenue from film. The problem is the economy swings, and as such, so does the film industry. So we want to make sure that we're updating and aligning our fees and our structures and our regulations and our frameworks to ensure that we're maintaining a competitive advantage while at the same time not pricing ourselves out of the market. So we want to find that sweet spot to make sure that we're attracting and retaining those agencies that we want to come work in Maple Ridge, and making sure that our processes and our regulations are matched and married to those pieces. And then the other piece of that is we want to make sure that we're attracting non-residential business and expansion. And so that is, again, bringing new money into the community and taking an active and aggressive role in building the economy of Maple Ridge. And it's no longer acceptable for city governments, in my professional opinion, to sit back and wait for the market to dictate. We need to be driving the bus. And in order for us to get off the 93% tax rate for residential, we need aggressive strategies around investment attraction and business expansion within Maple Ridge. So that's not just supporting the local businesses. Don't get me wrong, we need to support local, but we also need to build local. And so in order to bring new businesses into Maple Ridge, including commercial and institutional and industrial, these are the key focuses that you're going to see in the 2023 budget, as well as the work in the 2023 work plan and further work in 2024 when we present again in the fall. Moving on to fire and emergency programming, on behalf of Chief Van Dopp and his team, the key priority for our fire department, to be quite frank, is the fire services master plan. In addition to responding 24/7, 365, the key strategic priority for him is to get that master plan done, to give us a line of sight on what we need and where we need to put new fire halls, what type of equipment, and how our department's going to form and function as we service 96,000 residents and we build to 150,000 in the next couple of years. So that's the key priority for him. And that is really addressing the demands of growth in the community and ensuring that we've got the emergency services protocols, programs, and platform to be able to keep the community safe if and when we need it. The other key priority for him, and it's a personal priority of mine, is emergency planning. As we know, Frechette is along the Fraser River, and every fall, winter, the Alouette River causes a handful of residents along the Alouette Channel to be concerned about flooding. And we know that those items, as we get into climate change and environmental climate warming, are not going to go away. And so Chief Van Dop and his team are going to be working corporately to support a broader expansion framework around emergency planning. And that is all our operational pre-plans with the support of our engineer department and David Pollock's team, as well as ensuring that we've got the capacity to build the teams that we need to work with volunteers, to work with the Red Cross, which is our service provider for ESS activations, and to ensure that the city has long-term sustainable plans for extended activations, as well as the capacity should we need to support our jurisdictions around us and our neighboring communities, as well as the communities that we serve. From an intergovernmental affairs perspective, this is the work of Ms. Anastasiadis. This is really stealing a word from Michelle Lewis's playbook, super cool. This is around planning and implementation of some key council priorities. We heard you very loud and clear during onboarding and during your strategic planning sessions that you want to be champions and leaders in some key areas, climate being one, affordable housing being the other, and third being economic development. So Katarina and her very small team of some corporate champions are undertaking a climate leadership summit. And what this started off as, if council recalls, was a discussion that we had around doing some community forums. And as we thought about it strategically, we decided what we needed to do was really elevate Maple Ridge's perspective on this and have a more of a regional perspective so that we can start educating not only our staff, but also the community at large on what are the best practices coming into climate, affordable housing, and economic development. So as a result of that, there's 3 summits being proposed, leadership summits, if you will. One is on April 13th, which is climate at the Albion Community Center, and information will be coming out later today on that. The other one is on affordable housing. That'll be, I believe it's the end of May. Yes. And then we've pushed economic development to the fall. But this is an opportunity for Maple Ridge to own its space, to tell its narrative, and to ensure that the discussions that we're having at the corporate level mirror the conversations that are being had at the community level, as well as making sure that we're in alignment with best practices in the industry and academics as well. So there'll be some information coming out on that. The other piece of this is to ensure that the corporation has the internal capacity to lead and champion these type of policy discussions that council's wanting to have. And so as part of this summit, there's another component with Mr. Levish, and I'll get to that in another slide deck, around doing some corporate training around what this is about climate and affordable housing and economic development, and how these drivers are going to start changing and shape shifting some of our current operating practices, as well as the policies and the strategies of the corporation, so that it better aligns with council and the council's priorities over the next 4 years. The other piece of this is really to deal with and implement an external and stakeholder relations and engagement strategy. Again, part of what Maple Ridge has struggled with is not owning its space and not owning its narrative. And in order to own a narrative, you got to have a narrative. And so that is the work of Mr. Levish and Ms. Anastasiadis with respect to our visual identity and branding strategy, and then making sure that we have an active campaign to help support council's direction and the city's direction around TransLink, Metro Vancouver, discussions with the province and discussions with the federal government. Council's also made it very clear that truth and reconciliation is a key priority. And so part of the work of this division, this department, will be to create a framework and a program, as well as the corporate learning that comes with municipal truth and reconciliation. So that will involve council as well as staff, coast to coast, up and down and across the entire corporation. And that's a direct priority of Ms. Anastasiadis, as well as my office and our senior leadership team. And not that there's no shortage of work, but the other piece is to make sure that we have an advocacy strategy to start finding where the $1 billion is going to come from with respect to infrastructure needs and goals as Maple Ridge develops into the future community and future city of 150,000 residents. So this is everything from expansions of Abernathy to funding the Parks and Recreation Master Plan, to funding the active transportation, the multi-use pathways, the electric corridors, the economic corridors that we need to have, the bridges, the increased roads, sewer, and water, and all of those components are there. So we need an active and aggressive advocacy strategy to ensure that all of you have speaking notes and have your key bullet points, as well as the mayor when all of you are meeting with ministers as well as with senior staff, so that we're all playing off the same playbook. And that's going to help Maple Ridge make sure that our message is succinct and consistent as we develop that strategy and moving council towards where they want to be at the end of 4 years. We can't do any of this work, quite honestly, without legal and legislative services, which keeps us above board and keeps the process of democracy and transparent and open. So from Ms. Lavick Windsor's work, the key for him is to do some organizational training around standardizing our contracts, our privacy concerns, records management and retention. And so that is around corporate learning so that all staff have a line of sight on what we need to be doing as we go through our day-to-day work, so it doesn't completely bog down our legal and legislative services department by having to stick handle these pieces and giving the locus of control and delegating that authority down to some of our key department heads. Again, review and update our contract and services templates. This speeds up the processes of us actively working with our stakeholders and building our partnerships so that we don't have to, again, completely go back to legal and legislative services and reinvent the wheel. Document and records management. This is a key priority of mine. It's subsequently, it's a key priority of legal and legislative services. As we move into digital transformation and we become a lot more technologically savvy, we need to make sure that our records are electronic. We got to get out of putting things in banker boxes and putting them into storage. And we need to make sure that we have the ability to recall those things on a dime when we need to be able to do that. And staff, if you hear them talk about this, my ultimate goal is to be able to run this city off my smartphone. And so that requires a direct line of sight on making sure that our documents are easily accessible, not only to staff and council, but also to residents that want to seek out information and become more learned on the strategies and processes and policies of the organization and the city moving forward. So that's a key priority for the Legal and Legislative Services Department this year. Again, we're constantly tweaking and moving and enhancing. I'd like to think we're enhancing council meeting processes. We are stumbling a bit with some technology pieces, and Mr. Lavick Windsor and our legal services team, and as well as our IT department and Mr. Olivieri are constantly working with PrimeGov as they fix the kinks on the back end of our PrimeGov system. But again, this is all about being more transparent. It's getting more accessible or more accessibility to the taxpayers and residents to be able to know what you're talking about and the process of democracy as we move through the system. And so when the system's fully up and running, we anticipate that it's going to link into our corporate website. You're going to be able to see the videos. You're going to be able to recall things much more faster than you can what we currently have, or the old system where it was kind of hodgepodge and cut and paste. And again, as we evolve as a corporation, as we evolve as a city, we need to constantly be reviewing and updating our city bylaws and our policies and definitely our procedures to ensure that they align A, with the corporate direction, B, which is set by council's strategic plan and by council's wants and wishes, as well as to ensure that it follows industry best practices as the legislations change, as well as our customer service dynamics. So part of Mr. Lavick Windsor's role this year is to make sure that the city bylaws and policies are current, up to date, and if they're not, to make sure that that discussion is being had at council from a philosophical perspective to make sure we have proper alignment. From Mr. Levish's perspective on strategic development and corporate communications, public engagement, as you're probably aware, we have a brand new public engagement service that we're using called Engage HQ. So part of his work right now is to build the framework. They're developing a social media strategy, and internally, because what we did is we took a de-integrated corporate communication. We centralized it into one department, and now they're switching to business partner model internally, which means that every department will have a line of sight and have a person that reports into comms so that they can gain the support they need for things like the multimodal pathways and when open houses happen in Parks and Recreation, that is all centralized through communications, and that the direct departments have a line of sight and a direct conduit to our corporate communications arm, which then also keeps council up to date on what's going on pretty much live. The other piece of this, as I mentioned, some of the work of Ms. Anastasiadis is the climate action and the leadership summits. The other piece of Mr. Levish's work with myself and a few other people from senior leadership is to really develop a workplace culture and a corporate understanding of climate and what that means as we move forward from infrastructure to our policies, to our procedures, and our regulations. And so part of the work of the Leadership Summit is also going to be tied into some corporate learning and some corporate training around climate action. And that's going to start the conversation corporately throughout the halls of City Hall and out in the operations center and staff in the field to make sure that we have a direct line of sight and we're aligned on the same playbook of what we're doing as a community as what we're doing as a corporation to make sure that we're aligned with council's goals and objectives. And so Mr. Levish is going to be working over the next couple of months to develop a roadmap for the city, as well as to start looking at developing the processes required for council and the corporation to have citywide adaptation mitigation plans. And that is currently within the form of the budget that's proposed in front of you. The other piece of this, again, if you can't tell your story, you can't own your story, we need to be able to do policy training and media relations training. So that is, again, part of the work of our new corporate communications department. And again, you can't do a lot of that if you don't have the outreach programs and the framework to be able to engage with residents, engage with stakeholders. And so that is the initiatives that you see with Engage HQ. I've mentioned already that we're in the process of developing a new website. That tender's gone out and closed, and staff are finally reviewing. And this is both an external facing website and hopefully an internal facing intranet site, which allows staff to have direct access to things of importance like council strat plans and some of the key deliverables and things. So when staff are asked on the street by residents, hey, what happened at council last night? Hopefully they'd have a line of sight, at least at a high level, to say, here's kind of where we're going as a corporation. And this is where council is leading us at a governance board. Again, all of this falls into branding and visual identity. And this is ensuring that Maple Ridge has a story, owns its story, tells its story, and making sure that's a consistent story so that we're all playing off the same page. And that is what the branding and visual identity work that's currently underway is going to do. And we anticipate, I'm looking over at Mr. Levish, I asked for March. I think he's telling me May or June. That's because I think we've been wanting to do this for quite some time, but that'll be coming very shortly back to council. And ultimately, as I talked earlier, we need a corporate customer service program. We've already started doing some internal focus groups around this work. And so this is creating a standardized process and practice for the emails coming into City Hall, as well as how people are treated either on the phone or in person, and the follow-up protocols that go with that. So that regardless if you're dealing with someone at the RCMP office or dealing with someone at the Leisure Center or someone on the front counter or someone at the Operations Center or someone on the phone, you're getting a standard level of service, because quite frankly, I don't think residents know, nor do they care who they're dealing with when they come to City Hall. They want a consistent level of service. And we need to make sure that we have alignment across the corporation from coast to coast, up and down the organization, to ensure that the ears and eyes of residents are being properly vetted and properly put to the right channels for proper responses. I'd love to say we can do all this work, but we can't do it without people. And so that's the work of Ms. Lewis and her team in HR. One of the priorities from her department and part of her work plan this year is to start aligning Maple Ridge as a city of choice and for potential employers. So this is an application to the Best Employer Awards. This is diversity in the top 100 in BC. This goes to speak volumes to us being able to retain and attract the right candidates and the right people for the right positions in Maple Ridge, and putting Maple Ridge again forefront on what we need to be doing to making sure that we're meeting the needs of future residents and current residents. Currently, we're underway with an employee engagement survey that's off to the races now. And this is really getting us a baseline for how we as an organization can evolve, not only the culture, but also the training and the development and our HR processes. So that work is currently underway. We have, as council's aware, we have two bargaining units. We have CUPE and the IAFF. Both of those contracts, well, one of the contracts at IAFF is behind schedule. And so we're working with Metrovan and some of our other partners around the firefighter contracts. But our CUPE bargaining unit contracts expire at the end of March. And so we'll be actively and aggressively working at collective bargaining this year for both of our unions. As I mentioned before, learning and development is a key priority of mine. It's a key priority of senior leadership, and subsequently, it's also a key priority of Michelle Lewis and her team. It's an aggressive learning and development strategy and program for corporate learning to be able to make sure that we have staff with the right skills to meet the changing needs of the community and the wants and wishes of council. With that comes a new performance planning and management program, and this is how we performance manage and how we set goals and objectives up and down the organization with our exempt team. And so there's a brand new model that's been put into place at the end of last year. And so that is rolling out this spring. And this is how, once council sets their strategic plan, it's going to be able to create the work plan that's going to flesh out to make sure that we have executable deliverables, as well as the performance management on the back end, to make sure that what we say is what we're doing and what we're doing is what we're saying. We have a very active group in HR around equity, diversity and inclusion. And so subsequently, we have an action plan around that as well. And again, this is making sure that we're meeting the needs of our employees as well as meeting the needs of our future employees. And that work will continue this year with an aggressive fashion around making sure that our engagement is meeting the needs of all of our employees with an ED&I program. And again, in order for us to make sure that we're attracting the right people and retaining the right people, again, employee appreciation and recognition, we have an internal staff working group on appreciation and recognition programs as well. So I'd love to say that all of this is free, but it's not. And we have some financial pressures at a very high level. Again, we know that we're in high inflation. And so labor, again, we're starting to see collective bargaining units going through the processes. We're not the first to have to deal with QP negotiations or IAFF negotiations, but the industry is seeing some larger increases into those budgets. And so we're planning and preparing for what those pressures may look like. The other piece of this is ECOM 911 is going to be an issue that council is going to need to tackle. As centralization of the 911 system, regardless of the fact that provincial government did give some additional funding for enhanced 911, there's still increased pressures at the ECOM center. As a result, all municipalities that fund an ECOM, Maple Ridge is a shareholder, and as a result of that, we saw some increased costs. We received a bill a little while ago for about $500,000 for increases in our ECOM costs, and so that's going to be a conversation that council is going to have with other communities, because we're all facing the same line of sight. And I know the mayor and I are dealing with some conversations upcoming with respect to ECOM, but that's definitely a financial pressure for the city. Again, inflationary impacts just aren't on labor, it's also on cost of construction. And Mr. Pollock will identify during his presentation, especially when on Wednesday when you hear capital, that costs of timber and concrete and everything is going up. And as a result of that, our budgets need to reflect that in order for us to build the city of tomorrow. Again, this council is very much aware, as previous councils have been, that we need to make some very sizable investments in infrastructure and projects, and we need to develop the plans. And so you have a series of master plans that are working its way through the system. You've approved the Parks and Recreation Master Plan, the Transportation Master Plan is up and coming, and as I already mentioned, the Fire Master Plan is coming. And those three plans alone, if you start looking at full build out without getting too far into the weeds, you're probably near $1 billion by the time you get it all done. Now, you don't need to spend that tomorrow, but in order for us to service a city of 150,000, we need to start looking at what those financial models look like. And so that again applies some financial pressures to the corporation. And again, what fun would it be if we weren't talking about the integration with Ridge Meadows RCMP? And this again will come up this year a bit, but most likely next year and into 2025, as we're very much aware that the city of Pitt Meadows has chosen to deintegrate and start its own Pitt Meadows RCMP detachment. And that will have some financial impact and financial pressures for Maple Ridge. And we'll be dealing with those as we go through the processes. So stay tuned, but it's definitely something that I want you to have a line of sight on as we get through the discussions today and on Wednesday. So as a result, from the administration side, what we're looking at tier 1 minor service and level, this is not an additional body. It's basically taking a part-time body that worked half-time and making it full-time in the marketing and communications role. And this again helps implement the communication strategy. And so that is on the minor service level enhancement. Tier 2 is another full-time body to digital marketing and engagement. And this is again to help us with our social media strategies and to continue to build the capacity in-house and out-house of our corporate communications team. And again, you can't do all of this work internally and corporately to ensure that we have all of our processes and policies in alignment without an additional body and needed support within HR. And so this is another LR person and labor relations to help all of our department heads and our divisional GMs be able to operate and run this city from a day-to-day operation. There are some one-time costs, and this is, as Mr. Thompson alluded to, these are coming out of supplemental money or surplus money, sorry. So Mr. Westover is looking for a study to do a retail market analysis, which will help us identify additional commercial opportunities within the downtown core and down at our other center on the west end of town. And so this allows us to get a better line of sight on some of the data that we need in order to make data-driven decisions. And right now, that's one of our challenges, is we just don't have a clear line of sight on some of the details we need. And so a $55,000 retail market analysis will assist us to flesh out the details we need for retail and commercial strategy, as well as some industrial development. Council had a presentation from the Chamber of Commerce. This is a placeholder, and I want you to treat it as a placeholder. As we go through a process of discussions with the chamber, we'll be able to bring back a further report to council. But at this time, we've just parked the money here so that if you approve the 5-year financial plan, at least we have something to go and discuss with. But those conversations are ongoing. We suspect the money will be less than this, but we want to make sure that there's at least a placeholder within the current budget. We're looking for a $50,000 one-time cost for communications and marketing, and this is to us to start building out the strategy that we need, as well as some additional components required for us to get the detail and the really the line of sight in order for us to make sure that we have the complexity we need in our marketing and our communication plan to be able to flesh out the details for council. Document management strategy and digitalization. I'd love to tell you that this is the full cost of digitizing our corporate records. It's not, it's a drop in a bucket, but it's a start in the right direction. And so Mr. Laverick Windsor is needing some consulting support, as well as for us to get our vocabulary correct and our framework for our policies to make sure that in subsequent year in 2024, as we roll in, what's probably a 2 or 3 year program to digitize our records, that this is the starting point for us to start doing that. I'll be quite frank, we're probably about $600,000 to get our documents digitized, and we're dealing with a huge backlog. So the $70,000 of one-time funding starts to get the nomenclature we need in order to get the system built for the subsequent conversation with council. In order for us to start developing some corporate vocabulary and definitely do some corporate training and support with council, there's a request for $50,000 for consulting services around truth and reconciliation. And this is really about corporate learning and what we need to do internally and externally to ensure that the corporation is in a position to be able to deliver on council's objectives around truth and reconciliation. And then finally, in order to have an intergovernmental department, we need a budget to go along with that. So we're looking for one-time funding through surplus for about $190,000. This includes developing all the advocacy strategies for the infrastructure issues with the TransLink, Metro, provincial and federal, as well as funding the leadership summits. There are some revenues coming in from the leadership summits as well, but we want to make sure that we have a clear line of sight on moving this thing forward. That about wraps up my comments for administration. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to take them or delegate them to the appropriate department head.
So again, before we open up the floor to questions, just bear in mind there's lots of stuff happening. So you're going to see more and more information come through each department, but strictly as to what Mr. Hartman was presenting, do we have any questions or comments on there? I'll take a speaker list. Councillor Dewick, followed by Councillor Youssef.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. My question, when we're talking about digitalizing all of our documents, how are we going back in time? Like how far back in time are we going?
15 years. Councillor Dewick, we're going back to the beginning of time.
Okay.
We're going way back. We're developing a line of sight on what that looks like. And most of our records, the new records, there's a start date of, kind of 2015, 2016, where some of these are now digitized. What I'm talking about is going back in time when we have microfilm and microfiche, as well as other components that are on digital paper. And so this is getting back to even things in the 60s and the 70s, where we have building permits as a prime example that people are coming through wanting to renovate their 1960, 1970 home. And those records reside on microfilm and microfiche. And I can only advise that it's not a good idea in today's day and age to store documents on film.
Right. Okay, that's good to know. Same with council meeting agendas and videos and all that. It's all over the place depending on the year, and it only goes back to, I want to say, to what year, when you go 10. I was going to say 9, but it is 10. Okay, and even then, you don't get the video. You get an agenda and only a copy of the agenda, not the whole agenda. So it'd be nice if people are looking for things in the past that you can just search and up it comes. So That's awesome. And then the Chamber of Commerce, I appreciate that that's just, an interim funding in order to see where we're going to go. But I know they requested or asked for us to look at location, but I mean, we're struggling with office space for our own staff. So I'm not sure what that looks like.
With respect to that, and that's what we put the full ask in. If you recall from the presentation, there's an 85,000 plus space. We're struggling with space ourselves internally. And so I don't want to steal any thunder from Mr. LeBun, but one of his asks in this year's budget is a space analysis of all of our workspaces for city staff. And as we continue to service a city of 96, soon to be 150, we're going to need additional bodies. And as a result of that, we need to be thinking a little more smarter with hybrid work environments, as well as the storage space requirements to be able to do that. So it's one of those things that if we can increase our storage, our digital cloud-based storage, frees up space, as well as the ability for us to facilitate remote working and hybrid opportunities, again, feed to our expansion and retention strategies with staff. The key for us, though, is making sure that at least there's some money allocated in the budget. But at this moment in time, we've notified the chamber that we're already stretched for space. But as we go through that process and that discussion, we're really looking at what type of servicing agreement can we get with the chamber, and that'll come back to council for a later date. So I just want to make it clear, you're not being asked to approve the money to go to the chamber. What you're asking for is the placeholder corporately, that we have the flexibility of staff to be able to bring a subsequent staff report back without having to tap into additional funds when that conversation is ready to come back to you.
Okay, that's awesome. And my last is just around the emergency planning. It's something that we absolutely, we always did a good job in the past. And I think it's important that we keep that as a number one priority, especially given, you just mentioned the river, but that's just one piece of it.
Yep.
It's only a matter, it's not when we have an earthquake, it's not if we have an earthquake, it's when we have an earthquake. So we have to plan, because we're going to have one. We just don't know when. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think to that point, Councillor Duick, the other piece of that is urban interface and urban wildfire, especially as we get into areas like Thornhill and Webster's Corners and definitely Silver Valley. And looking at, again, that's why that 240th connector is so important, to get a secondary egress out of the Silver Valley area. And so that'll be a priority of our emergency planning process, is to look at what we need today and what we need to do tomorrow. But to your point, as the environment changes, as we continue to build out in our community, and as we bring in new businesses and new industries into Maple Ridge, we need to make sure that our emergency plans mirror the challenges and opportunities that are going to be presented during a time of crisis in our community.
Thank you. Councillor Youssef, followed by Councillor Carreras.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to start out by thanking staff for the wonderful layout that we have for this session of business planning, having undergone the last one. This is much more organized, concise, and logical. It makes sense to even go through the overview. With that, through you, Mr. Chair, when we're going through business planning now, yet still expecting our strategic transportation plan and our fire master plan, are we putting the cart before the horse, or do we have most of the implications of those two master plans already built into the business planning that we'll be undergoing, and what we'll be looking at in the way of budgeting, as well as personnel and all the other needs that will come as a result of those two master plans?
Councillor Youssef, so what we've done this year is we've looked at foundationally, what do we need corporately to ensure that the work that's ongoing and the work that we know is coming to completion is going to be at least be able to be facilitated. What you're not going to see in front of you, because council has not had this conversation yet, is what the funding model is going to look like with respect to Parks and Recreation, fire, and active transportation. You're going to start to see projects that are coming out, and that is staff's attempts to start moving the needle forward, but you're not going to see a funding formula for all of the next investment for the next 25 years until we fully flush out the details with council. As you're aware, during the Parks and Rec Master Plan approval process, council directed staff to go in and create an investment strategy and a priority listing of structure. So that is coming back to council. This budget starts to align the pieces that's going to allow you to have that conversation. So we're starting to move forward, but you're not going to get through the finish line based on the terms that are found in this budget. That'll carry over into 2024. And that's why I prefaced my introductory remarks by saying 2023 is getting you ready for the heavy lifting coming in 2024. And that's ultimately how staff have approached the two budget cycles, because we're already into almost the second quarter of 2023. And we know that we want to be back in front of you in the fall of 2023 to discuss what you want to do in 2024. So we're hoping that those other plans are going to be in front of you so that we have a direct line of sight to start putting all of this financial modeling together. But the budget in front of you starts moving you into the direction that I believe you want to go.
Thank you very much for that. And again, through the chair to staff, when approximately would we expect the SDP as well as the fire master plan?
To the chair, to Councillor Youssef, the transportation master plan, strategic transportation plan will be coming forth in Q2, so around May. Thank you.
And I can speak on behalf of Chief Van Dup because I had this conversation with him late last week. The draft of the fire master plan should be in front of council by June.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Carreras.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I know this is just the first portion. We have many more to go to, but I just want to say thank you for the pieces on policy update. As we've seen in our short time, there's some policies that are very, very out of date, and I look forward to delving into those and seeing them updated in today's sort of expectations of a community. My question was sort of around the chamber too, and I think it may have been answered between the two. So right now it's in one-time funding as a placeholder until we make a final decision as to what we're doing. If it turns into ongoing, it would then shift into a base budget.
Correct.
Yeah. And same with the digitalization. I understand this is just a one-time funding because we're trying to do the backlog, but I would hope that there would be some digitalization built into an ongoing base budget because it's becoming a necessity of running any organization.
Correct. So Councillor Chris, let me just make sure we're all clear. The 70,000 for digitization is starting the initial framework and the foundation for the process, and then that'll be fleshed out in 2024. What you're referring to is what we're going to need internally and capacity wise to make sure that once we get everything digitized, that we have the capacity to be able to fund that through. Those processes we're looking at as part of this initial rollout. So what you're going to see in the 2024 budget come forward in the fall is an actual game plan and a roadmap of what that's going to look like, with some probably additional asks that are going to be in the 2024 budget. That'll give you that continuity that we're looking for. But right now, the 70,000 is just for us to get our initial house in order and to start lay the foundation for which we can build the blocks up on.
Okay. Yeah, I just I always look at one-time funding as being true one-time funding and not something that really should be in a base budget as an operational ongoing. Thank you very much for the truth and reconciliation piece. I think it was very clear in our strategic planning that it's a priority for us. I just want to talk a little bit about the binder that we have in front of us to make sure I'm following it correctly with what's happening. Sorry, it's the first time doing this. So the colored tabs at the back are what I can take are sort of the action plans.
Yeah, so in the colored tabs are the corporate plans, and so some of those are the items. So what you saw in my slide deck, and I think what you're going to see from some of the GMs, is we just took a high level overview of some of those. We didn't go into the details, and I'd encourage council to focus on the high level conversation because there's a lot of detail into the corporate plan. There's also subsequently what we've done from the staff end have built out the business, the actual work plan deliverables, because it all starts with council and it flows all the way down through staff to directly the front line. And so if you're satisfied with the general direction of the corporate plan, then subsequently all of the departmental and sectional work plans are really left with the hands of our management team to make sure that those are rolled up and being executed upon to get you where you want to be.
Yeah, I mean, I found the action plans when you were going through actually quite easy to follow. There was just more on your slides that were in the action plans. And then when you started to go into the actual tier 1, 2, and 3, the reason I'm asking is I did have one question on one of the economic development business plans. And that's why I wanted to make sure I'm okay to ask this question now. Okay, sorry. Just on the economic development plan, the first one is collaboration with KPU on post-secondary feasibility study, work with Douglas College and Kwantlen Polytechnic University to develop and sustain program training that addresses workflow needs. And then the last one is there's another action plan working with KPU for feasibility study completion for the potential additional. And I'm just trying to identify the difference between those two action items, because one would sort of depend on what the feasibility outcome is before we can do any action item on it.
Yeah, and to your point, Councillor Carreras, that's exactly where staff are at, is we're working with the provincial government, the working group around the KP feasibility study.
Yeah.
We're also very mindful when we start looking at models like we've saw on the island, Langford in particular, where
Mhm.
you've got a collaboration between the University of Victoria, Camosun and Royal Roads, and looking at how an institutional space can facilitate. So while we're waiting on the KP feasibility study, Mr. Westover found it prudent as well to ensure that we have at least a line of sight on opportunities as we work with the development community, especially around the downtown core, especially with respect to ERA and the Laurel development with Hayne Place Mall, that if there's the ability for us to bring in additional partners or drive in additional direction, that we're working with KP waiting for that feasibility study, but we're not completely parked in neutral waiting for that piece to happen. So we're working to get a lot more into Maple Ridge than just waiting again for that one component
Okay,
to
so I
flush out.
just-
So they're both kind of dovetailing one another, but it's not tripping over each other's feet.
Okay, perfect. Thank
Yeah.
you. And on the island, they also had the school district was part of it
Correct.
as a post-secondary. So the only thing I would just suggest here is you may want to work with the school district as well, considering they have the 4th largest high school trades program in BC. And they also have a post-secondary institution, so it might be a good way. Early childhood education, which is a huge economic driver in our community. They have training there. So I'm so sorry. I
Good
didn't
point.
want to delve into too much, but I was just had some questions about that.
No, and I think from a process perspective to all of council, that this is exactly why we're here. So go through the corporate plan, make sure that you have the alignment you want, because what you're not seeing is the actual detailed work that the GMs, the directors, the managers, and the frontline staff all work way through to make sure that we're delivering on those corporate plans. So we've again highlighted a high level just so we're not here till Tuesday, or sorry, end of day Wednesday, just going through each page. But to your point, Councillor Caressa, that's a good catch, is go through, make sure you're comfortable and ask those qualitative questions as we go.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Tan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to staff. Thank you for the line items about the different plans. I'm curious, I understand that there's much action going on with housing and climate behind the scenes. And I'm curious whether we need some money stocked away for housing plans and climate plans.
Yeah, Councillor Tan, at this moment, given where we're at corporately, we know that there's going to be additional works that we're going to be doing. And part of that is forming into the leadership summit around affordable housing. We know that's coming in May. So there's a lot of work behind the scenes with our planning staff, our engineering staff, and our corporate planning staff, as well as AcDev and our communication. So at this moment, that's why staff aren't necessarily requesting additional funds. However, if there are opportunities that present itself mid-year through the budget, we will be asking or we can bring additional requests forward to council. It's also one of the reasons why we're going to front 2024 a little earlier than we traditionally do, so that we can get through the 2023 component, get the lessons learned from some of these community conversations we're going to be able to have, and then launch into 2024. So I'm comfortable with what's being requested at the moment because I don't want to overburden the work plan as well as the tax rate of where we're sitting. But to your point, we know we're going to be needing to do some additional heavy lifting in attainable housing and affordable housing. But until we have those properly identified, I don't necessarily think that there's a demand at this moment to start adding additional funds into that. But council will be the first ones to know when we have a line of sight on that.
Thank you, staff. And through you, Mr. Mayor, that makes sense to me. And I'm comfortable whether we put in the 2023 or 2024 budget. It's fine by me as long as the issue doesn't come to us, to council, that we just didn't have money to do that work. As long as we avoid that, that's fine by me. Another question around funding for climate action. I know those actions are still to be determined, but like all the other goodies we want, we know that's going to cost money. Is it prudent for us to put those line items, put some money in the piggy bank away for that, even before we get to 2024?
Your worship, through to Councillor Tan, is a really good question, and it kind of aligns with the affordable housing question as well. The challenge that we have is just putting money in a mattress or a rainy day fund when we have other competing corporate priorities. It's better when we have a roadmap and a funding strategy to then aggressively find ways to fund that. And as you're aware, the corporation has many levers and many buckets that we can draw from, including grants, including taxation, including capital, reserves, surpluses, And so until we know exactly what those deliverables are and the roadmap to get us to where we want to be, then that's the work that Mr. Thompson and his staff do, is to come in and say, these are the levers and these are the buckets of money that we can draw from, or the buckets of money that we can leverage. And so I'm hesitant to start putting money into a reserve until we have a complete line of sight with a strategy that we're going to fund. And that's one of the reasons why, like, master plan is a prime example, Parks and Rec master plan is a prime example. Until we know where we're going, as far as council's identified the fourth arena, there's a request to do a aquatic study and an evaluation of the fifth arena. We're not asking to start taxing taxpayers to start funding the future construction costs until we know exactly what we're building and what those costs are going to be, because there's going to be other mechanisms through the work of Ms. Anastasiadis and Mr. Westover and Mr. Levish, as an example, to be able to start pulling grant funding, to start looking at lobbying, to start looking at sales of service and additional revenues that are going to come into that. So I'm hesitant to give you a financial model where it's just focused on the expenses without looking at the full ability for us to leverage as many dollars as we possibly can.
I'm comfortable with that. And through you, Mr. Mayor, I think that that's an operational decision that I'm happy to leave to you, Mr. Hartman. And I think, again, my concern is that, I think it will be climate action will cost money. And what I'm trying to do here is to avoid the conversation down the road where we say, well, this is too much of a hit to taxpayers all at once. And we know that there's need for timely action here. So whether we sock money away now, whether we seek for grants, and I can leave that decision up to you, but just letting you know, and you and staff know, that's where my concern lies. And then to wrap it up for me, like, it's a fairly similar question around the affordable, attainable, non-market housing end, which is like, we know that the model that a lot of non-profit housing operators require from us is that the city provides leases land at low cost, or provides land in some sort, and we know that the city doesn't own very much land. Is it common practice for other municipalities to have a land acquisition fund that we feed into? And is that something we need to look at this year and subsequent years?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Tan, the city does have it's a park acquisition fund, and so part of the work that Mr. LeBun and his team are going to be doing is really looking at what additional strategic pieces of city property we need to acquire to meet our infrastructure needs, both for recreation and transit and corridors and attainable housing. And once we have that looked at, then we're going to be coming back to you with a funding model to be able to figure out what that looks like. So normally that municipalities start putting money into reserve account for traditionally strategic land acquisition. And that's around, like, as I said, usually around parks and trail infrastructure. It's around future expansions for police stations and fire halls. It's for expansion of roads and property acquisition that we need to buy for sewer lines and water lines, as well as for strategic priorities like attainable housing. So as we start building the foundation of getting you to where you want to be, that's part of our overall civic property or civic land strategy. And Mr. LeBun will be addressing that and some of the work that he'll be doing this year and into 2024, 2025. The one thing council needs to remember is that this budget that's in front of you is for service levels plus the enhancement components. There's some discussion that you're going to have either later today or on Wednesday around capital. And so there's different funding mechanisms. The one thing that, and this is why during my presentation, and I philosophically believe that corporations need to be training and need to be having guided conversations with staff internally, as well as with council around these corporate components, like the need for affordable housing, like the need to recognize climate and the impacts of environment, because that starts changing the operations of the city. And it also starts realigning the $150 million that we have as an operating budget. And so if you start changing those philosophies, and as we update our policies and you update our regulations and our bylaws and our frameworks, we start thinking differently. And as a result of that, you start leveraging those pieces, and it starts aligning in a slightly different direction than traditionally where we may have been going. Mm-hmm. And so to your point is it's just not having the expenses available to spend when you've got a special project. There's a lot of additional work and consultants and reports and staff time that also, if we can build that internal capacity, it starts getting you to where you want to be around those philosophical components like truth and reconciliation, affordable housing, and climate and the impacts of environment.
Thank you, Mr. Hartman. And I think that really answers a lot of questions, because I think I agree that it's about both philosophy and line of sight for senior staff. We're matching these components, and not necessarily everything has to be directed at the council's, not every single step has to be directed at the council table. And I really say this to voice it to senior staff who are working on a strategic land acquisition, that I know that attainable housing has not traditionally been a municipal responsibility, and let's be real, it should not be. But the reality is what the reality is, and the responsibility has largely been downloaded to us. And so just voicing to senior staff as well that that's something that would be in your line of sight when you do strategic land acquisition. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I will just add my own question in there, and it's along the lines of what Councillor Tan was talking about. Could you just talk a little bit about, when we're talking about a budget as large as what we have in front of us, what's the flexibility in that budget? Sometimes folks will be looking for those lines that say, I want to see this one little project in there, but it might not be in there. How is there flexibility when it comes to potential projects that we don't currently know?
Your worship, I'm smiling and half laughing because there's two different answers to this question. And it really depends on the direction of council. Because as I prefaced at the beginning, once council sets its budget and its line items, depending on where the funding sources come from, it's a capital item, it's a line item, and therefore the capital project moves forward. When you approve the operating budget, what you're ultimately doing, and I know Mr. Thompson and I may disagree from this from time to time, but when council ultimately approves the budget, what you're giving me as a chief administrative officer is a delegated authority to go and execute on council's deliverables and council's expectations. And if things change or evolve throughout the year, I have the ability to make those changes or switch and pivot depending on where we ultimately need to go. And it's coming upon me again to update council as we make those changes. But ultimately, at the end of the day, when you approve the operating budget with whatever increase to the operating budget the council feels is necessary in order to sustain the current operation, as well as to move it in the direction you want to do, you're basically empowering me to use the delegated authority under our bylaw to ensure that we're meeting the corporation is delivering on council's expectations. So we have a lot of flexibility on the day-to-day operational components of what we need to get done. If we start doing line item by line item by line item, A, we'll be here forever. And B, it doesn't provide the flexibility if there's cost overruns or if there's savings being had on certain deliverables or projects that we've committed to getting done for us to be able to move those funds around. And so there are internal mechanisms within your financial policies that allow us to have a direct line of sight on certain components, depending where the funding comes from, capital being one, reserves being another. But when you fund the operational budget, you're empowering staff to be able to make those decisions and update council accordingly if the world changes or the economy changes or the needs and wants of the city change. Because I wish I'd had a crystal ball to say today, this is where you're going to be December 31st, but we know that that's not real. And so what you're setting is the operating parameters for me to be able to move within and around in order to get the job done that you expect us to deliver and that the city expects us to deliver to citizens.
Thank you very much. Seeing as how there's no other further questions, we reserve the right to call you back up there.
I'm still under oath.
We're going to move to Ms. Crabtree.
Morning, Council again. It is my great pleasure to be able to deliver the divisional presentation for corporate services. And so we always start with the divisional overview. And I know that council is very familiar with Trevor Thompson, who is our chief financial officer, as well as Catherine Nolan, who is the deputy director of finance. And Karen Stewart is also here today, who's our CIO and in charge of IT. Amanda Peters from Police Services, and then Dan Olivieri, who is instrumental in supporting business planning and corporate planning, and then the manager of the corporate planning department. So the corporate services division has 4 different departments: finance, IT, police services, and corporate planning. And at first blush, it seems like these departments have nothing in common. But actually, there's some very strong threads of commonality between all of us. And really, that is that we are focused internally, primarily and focused internally. And we are focused on supporting council and our colleagues and giving them the tools that they need to be able to achieve their goals and to deliver an excellent customer experience for the organization and for the community. And the other common thread that we have is in accountability and transparency, whether that's through the business planning process like we're in today, or it's in reporting and financial reporting, or in the data and analytics and measuring our success and accountability to the organization and community. So when we take a quick environmental scan, one of our top corporate priorities is digital and business transformation. I can't separate the business from the digital because it's not all about the technology. Although the technology is very important, it's just one component of it. What we really need to have is talented staff that are capable of redefining their business processes and understanding and being able to leverage the technology it takes to achieve the vision. We need people that are able to reimagine how they're delivering service and what that looks like. So reimagine how we work and how we deliver our service to the community. The next thing I wanted to point out is adapting to a hybrid work environment. And we saw this during COVID, and it was easy for us to pivot because we leveraged Citrix. And so that was good for our organization, and many people started working from home. And what we realized very quickly is that Citrix is a fairly arduous process to log into and to get access to all the services that the city has to offer. And so the IT department deployed Office 365, which was a much more nimble approach to online services. And all of that requires extra work from the IT department in order to secure it and in order for it to be able to function properly. But what it will give is that nimbleness and that ability that Mr. Hartman wants to be able to run the corporation from his phone. The other thing with a hybrid work environment is it's a very good tool for retention and attraction of new employees. And we also have space capacity issues, as everybody knows, at the city. And so that adopting and adapting to that hybrid work environment really does allow us to maximize on the space and to be able to accommodate the staff that we have. Another thing that's on our horizon is that we have 5 new mandated financial reporting standards. So the Public Sector Accounting Board is the board that we have to report to in terms of our audited financial statements. And they have 5 new things that we need to do. And so this is going to take a lot of resources from the finance department in terms of understanding what that is, being able to implement those practices, and then to be able to consume them into their day-to-day work plan where they're already at capacity. We also have, and this has been talked about already, a number of master plans on the horizon, and we need to be able to be financially ready to be able to understand and develop funding models to accommodate them. We have lots of opportunities for senior government funding. $16.5 million that we've just received with the 1.8 Building Safer Communities grant, and then the Community Resource Hub funding that we had last year that supported the Community Resource Hub. And although we're extremely grateful for all of the funding that we get, we do have to recognize that that provides or requires a lot of work on the finance department in order to take it in and to report on that funding, because there's a lot of rules around that. And in addition to that, it requires a lot of staff time to be able to build those programs and manage those programs. And we saw corporate planning and the Community Social Safety Initiative being instrumental and taking on a lot of work in that regard to build and manage those programs. We have a competitive staffing market. We've already talked about that. And we have a growing and changing community, and we need to and are changing the way we deliver service. So that's kind of the world we live in. I like this slide. I put it up because there is so much information that is not contained within the corporate plan. There's on the day-to-day ongoing stuff that everybody's doing, and even the ongoing projects that don't make it up to this high level. This is not all of the services that corporate services delivers. It's really just a smattering of them, but it gives you that idea of how much is going on a day-to-day basis. And just to throw out a few numbers, IT handles over 9,000 service requests in a given year. They manage thousands of pieces of equipment that is on our network, 320 virtual servers and hundreds of pieces of software that help people do their jobs. The finance department has 90,000 entries into accounts payable, 9,500 entries into accounts receivable. And at the front counter, they take in over 30,000 cash transactions. So it's a lot of work. And it's just to give you some numbers to set that context in terms of the volumes of what we do. And on the police services side, there's over, the prime reviewers are looking at 1,834 files and over 4,600 CPIC files that are in their purview. So I just didn't want to go by without acknowledging all the hard work on the day-to-day that isn't recognized through the corporate planning process. So when we look at divisional priorities, one of the things that we've been talking about is we need to be ready. Financially, we need to be ready. And so one of the things that you've already seen and what has gone to the Audit and Finance Committee is that we're reviewing all of our financial policies. And those financial policies include things like the financial sustainability policy, which has 16 or 18 pieces to it that really looks at how we approach our finances and how we make sure that we have long-term financial success for the organization. So things like, how are we going to get to a place where we're fully funding our replacement of our infrastructure? Other policies include things like the permissive tax exemptions. So are they still in alignment? Are we giving permissive tax exemptions to the right people? Because those offset and, put the burden on the rest of the taxpayers. So we need to think about that too. So we'll be reviewing all of those through the Audit and Finance Committee. The other thing we need to do is to make sure that we are leveraging and development is paying for development. We've already had a minor DCC amendment, which had some significant financial implications. But this year, we know that we're facing a major DCC amendment, which is going to further look at how we ensure that development pays for development. And that we were even looking at things like area-specific DCCs in relation to Abernathy. We also need to leverage and to look at alternative forms of revenue. And Scott alluded to that earlier today when he talked about different ways of being able to bring in money and shift the needle in terms of the tax base and take the pressure off the residential taxes. So we need to make sure that our fees and charges are up to date, and we need to do that work throughout the organization. We're looking at things like films revenue, co-location facility, and we also want to work in terms of CACs and density bonuses with planning and supporting those kinds of fees associated with development as well. So we need to make sure that we're ready. We need to make sure that we are tapping into whatever alternative forms of revenue that there are, that we're reviewing our policies so that we are in good shape when we go forward, when all of these master plans that are on our horizons start coming in. Another huge divisional priority for us is aligning our strategic priorities with the service delivery. And council right now is in the process of developing your strategic plan. And once that strategic plan is adopted, we need to make sure that our action plans align. The other good news that both Mr. Hartman and Mr. Thompson have already talked about this morning is that business planning is a never-ending process. As soon as you're finished and you adopt the budget, you'll be happy to know that we'll be going right back into it again, and you'll be looking at adopting the business planning guidelines. And so that is always a divisional priority for us, that continuous cycle of taking council's strategic vision, building the financial and business plans associated with it, being able to report on that, and then starting all over again. And finally, performance metrics. And performance metrics are to demonstrate accountability to the organization, demonstrate accountability and transparency to council and progress that we're making on those strategic initiatives. But it's also building tools for staff so that they are able to look at their operations and to get a better insight as to what types of improvements that they can make, how can they make things more efficient, where can they leverage different types of technology to be able to move the organization forward. And also to provide line of sight to senior leadership, a line of sight and insights into the financials, and to make sure that we are effectively using the data to make the best business decisions that we can. Another divisional priority for us is and I'm going to keep calling it business transformation from now on. So there is a small group of us that is and Mr. Hartman had talked about the learning roadmap. And so there is a small number of us that are in a cohort which are focusing on digital and business transformation. And from that work, we want to develop a corporate strategy to approach business transformation and to begin the beginnings of a roadmap. And it is the intention of the organization that much of the leadership team and managers and directors go through those programs so that they can really take on business transformation and look at their own areas and find the places where they can actually make those changes in process and leverage technology to be able to serve the organization and the community. The City Works implementation, I would say, is our biggest ongoing project related to business transformation. It is our land management system, and it is reimagining and reworking the way that we provide service and do our business. And right now, the City Works is partway through. We hope that system to go live in November. And it has to do everything with development services as well as all the service requests. So reporting a pothole or burnt out street light. And that's going to provide additional self-serve options for the community and to support staff in their work. Office 365 was implemented during COVID, but there wasn't the opportunity to really deliver that properly throughout the organization in terms of staff being able to leverage all of the tools that are available with Office 365. It has immense collaboration capabilities. It changes the way that we communicate and has the ability to build mini apps to build efficiencies into the department. So we're circling back, or the IT department is circling back this time to be able to really make sure that everybody is fully able to see the value and leverage all the tools within that product. And finally, the enterprise solution replacement. So we do have legacy financial, payroll, and human resources systems, and those need to be replaced. And that's going to be another project that takes another multi-year project in order to effect. And so that is a big priority for us in getting ready to deliver on that. We also have RCMP integration. Scott Hartman alluded to this, and Wendy's going to come up and talk up in a little bit about some of the additional asks in relation to RCMP, and we'll address that. And we also have the Building Safer Communities Fund. And this is another great example of a joint program with RCMP and the city services. So we're very excited about moving that forward. We have lots of different financial pressures. I only really highlighted two, RCMP and police services. There's some additional mandated positions in police services that is a pressure on in our division. And then finally is the software maintenance. And the way that software is purchased now is very different than it was in years past. It used to be that you bought a piece of software and you paid 20% maintenance on it, and in 5 years you bought it again. Now with cloud services, storage as a service, the way that IT is being delivered, we're looking at 2.5, maybe 3 years before we have to repay for services. And that has escalated the cost of software maintenance. It's really skyrocketed over the last few years. And you'll notice last year's budget, we asked for an additional increase and we're asking for that again. So really the costs are escalating 25, sometimes 35% higher than it was the year before. So now to go into the one-time costs, and as this was discussed already, these one-time costs are built into the base tier. The first one is for community safety consultants and the lockout crime through environmental design. And both of those are part of the CSSI program support. So the Community Social Safety Initiative is fully running now and actioned. And we're really in a capacity building year this year to make sure that we're doing all of the programs that we've taken on well. One of the things that we've had in the past is we hired a couple of experts, Fraser McRae and Rob Thiessen, to support the organization in delivering on those goals. And we would like to engage them for one more year. The other thing is that we have a program that supports businesses in being able to make changes to the exterior of their businesses to deter crime. Things like cutting down the bushes or putting gates in front of doorways. And so we're asking for a little bit more money for that to be able to provide an incentive program for those for that program. So it's a match of funding. And finally, the last one is the Infotech subscription for $52,000. And this really feeds into the business and digital transformation. And this isn't something we necessarily are going to require on an ongoing basis forever, but it does provide us with some consulting time, templates, to be able to really leverage and push forward some of these technology projects. Oh, sorry. So the minor service level enhancements. One of the things that's really great about Maple Ridge is that the operations department and the IT department are very well aligned. And that's not always the case. In many municipalities, operations is kind of on their island and they build their own SCADA systems and the two don't meet. And so the organization has done a really good job of making sure that they have one network. And they're sophisticated. This is all the SCADA network, all of the pump stations, the traffic controls, all of that's managed through the operations center. And so for many years now, IT and operations have been working together to manage the services and systems that are on that network. And it's just gotten to be too much. So what we're looking at this year is incorporating the operations network support specialist into IT and having that really as a full-time job now for somebody in order to manage those systems. The capacity at the finance front counter is too high, so we're asking for another cashier clerk to be able to manage that demand. I mentioned a little bit earlier some of the mandated positions and the electronic disclosure coordinator. The demands on providing information to Crown and the way in which those documents need to be digitized and captured has just, the amount of work associated with that has just gone out of this world. Naming conventions, having to convert it to the appropriate format, stitch it together and upload it. And so we need to have this position. It's mandated, and the amount of work that is required to complete it requires us to hire another electronic disclosure coordinator. And finally, security services funding. And this is not really an increase in service, but it's really making sure that the community has the same level of security services throughout. And so that means that we need to add some security services to the operations center, as well as to being able to manage things like the New Albion Community Center. So it really is part of that tiered and coordinated support that's provided through the Community Social Safety Initiative, and extending that to the other parts of the organization and community that need those eyes on the ground. The incremental request that's also included in the base is the Climate Action Coordinator. And as Scott had mentioned earlier, we do have reserve funds, and the Climate Action Coordinator is being funded out of the Local Government Climate Action Program Fund, which has about $350,000 in it. And this is a 2-year funded program, and that would be incorporated into the long-term financial plan of the organization, assuming that required to be an ongoing position. Oh, I think one of my slides got put into the wrong place, and I don't want to miss it. So I'm going to talk about this one, which is accelerating investment in key priorities, because this one's super important to the context and the conversations that we've had this morning. So up until tier 3, those are the tiers that are highly recommended to be incorporated in the plan. Tier 3 looks at accelerating investments in some of our key priority areas. We need to upgrade our financials, our payroll, and our human resources information system in order to be able to have the appropriate line of sight for all of the senior leadership. We need to make those investments in our financials. The financials that we have right now is quite old and needs to be refreshed, and it just doesn't have the same capabilities as the more modern systems, and very inefficient in terms of the amount of staff time it takes to work through all of these transactions as we grow to a larger and larger municipality. In order to deliver on a new enterprise solution, in order to properly build that, we need to hire some staff. And one of the key learnings that we found from the CityWorks implementation is you cannot hire staff on a backfill basis. Historically, with IT projects, you typically put in some backfill money. You hire somebody for 6 months, you train them to put them on the front line, and then they have the more experienced people in the back supporting the implementation of a new system. And although we put that funding in place for the CityWorks project, we really can't hire those people because of the competitive staffing market that we have. So what we really need to do is to hire some full-time staff, get them trained up, which probably takes about 6 months, and then they would focus on the implementation of these enterprise solutions and would be required to continue to work with the organization on an ongoing basis. So that would be a financial analyst and a continuous improvement business analyst and a project manager. So while we expect the CityWorks implementation to be completed in November, it will never be over. In that's just the first phase. And once that phase is completed, then people will go on to implementing the asset maintenance management module and other things associated with that kind of technology. And so those positions would continue to be required for the organization in moving us forward. And then the last ask, I'm going to ask Wendy to come up and speak to, because it's to our CMP constables. So if you want to come up, Wendy.
Thank you, Mayor Rumi, and thank you, Council, for having us here today. I just wanted to, I know that this is in Tier 3, but I just wanted to have a little bit of your time today. Once again, thank you for having us. With respect to the ask for 2 RCMP constables, this comes, it's a 2-part situation I'd just like to discuss. The first is the Ridge Meadows RCMP generally has an increased establishment that was in place. However, in the years 2018, 2019, and 2020, it was halted. So generally, we had an increase annually through a ratio formula of 2 officers in 1 year, 1 officer in the following year, then back to 2, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. This had halted to accommodate other public safety priorities in the years that I had mentioned. Additionally, the Ridge Meadows deintegration is expected to be completed in February of 2025, at which time an autonomous Maple Ridge RCMP detachment would form in addition to an autonomous Pitt Meadows RCMP. There would be some losses to our integrated department with a loss of 23 officers that would go to the Pitt Meadows RCMP, as they are 23 police positions that are solely funded by Pitt Meadows. Without an increase to establishment, we would have to look at a potential ask for increases in the year 2025 versus spreading out our asks over the budget years. As police chief, it's always incumbent for us to have in place a very robust frontline team. That's the essential service, to have frontline officers to respond to 911. And the other essential service is serious crime officers. So those are the ones that deal with the more serious offenses, like the robberies or dealing with the sexual assaults, more of the higher tiered benchmark offenses within the criminal code. So that just deals with the deintegration aspect. Secondly, I just wanted to speak to where we are at with our statistics in policing. Our criminal caseload burden for our police officers in this city is 1 officer to 68 cases, criminal cases, in comparison to some of our other cities. Surrey, which is a very large city, sees 1 officer to a caseload of 48 cases. In Coquitlam, we see 1 officer to a caseload of 47. In Poco, our neighbors here, 1 to 43. So once again, Maple Ridge, we see 1 to 68. 1 officer has 68 cases on average. We also have some of the highest report to Crown Council statistics for the region. We lead the region here in the Lower Mainland here. And that's in comparison to Mission, Langley, and also Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam. With respect to our pop to cop ratios, we see 1 officer to 849 residents in Maple Ridge. And my other comparators here with Surrey, we see 1 officer to 720 residents. And in Poco, 1 officer to 796 residents. Once again, that's 1 officer to 849 residents. Officer wellness is always top of mind for me, and especially with respect to what we're seeing in crime and what we're also seeing with mental health and other screens in policing. Also, we are seeing different demands on us too with how our cases must be managed and forwarded to Crown Counsel. So all that to say, I really would like to say thank you to all of you for always being so supportive of the police department. And I know that since I've been here the last 2.5 years, we definitely had seen some incredible support. And so thank you for that. And those just conclude my speaking points for the asks. I know they are in tier 3, and then just for your consideration, some discussion as we move forward in the years ahead. Thank you very much. If anyone has questions.
Ms. Crabtree, you're finished?
I'm finished.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so I will, again, same as before, we'll open it up to any questions on the material that's been presented. Councillor Youssef.
Thank you, Mr.
Followed by
Chair, and thank you to
Councillor
staff again
Carreras.
for the presentation. Just real quick through you to Ms. Crabtree. When you mentioned I believe it was under tier 2, the added security enhancements, and you had spoken about the Albion Community Center and Fire Hall 4. Would I be able to get you to elaborate a little on what those security enhancements will look like?
So it's really just putting in the shifting, and I don't believe there's actually additional ones for File Hall 4, but it was for the Albion Community Center. And also just to ensure that the alignment of security services, like the tiered and coordinated support that we have for downtown and the core, are at the same level, and also for the operations center, I think was the one that I had identified. So there is a need in our municipality to make sure that there are some mobile support and also some boots on the ground in terms of those facilities.
And through the chair, that would include the human resources as well as the training and the equipment required.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That was my question. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carreras.
Thank you. Thank you. It's a fun couple of days. A couple of questions. So on your sort of action plan here, I see there's a lot of sort of action items, I think previous action items that you're still working through. And then the new action items is a bit more blended than the last one, understandably, because Mr. Hartman already spoke about how this is an odd year for us to shift through. I do have a couple questions on the IT technology business plan, just because I don't see it here, and maybe it's a base budget thing that you always do. Do we build in these automatic refreshes and money that's put into update servers and refresh laptops and all those pieces? And do we have like an IT plan that we sort of follow? In particular, security is becoming such a big piece.
Yes, so thank you for that question. So the corporate plan is at such a high level, and that's why I took a minute at the beginning to say, there's all this stuff that we do that you never see the light of day. So in terms of the equipment, we do have an equipment replacement fund, and Kara's going to speak to that, or Ms. Stewart is going to speak to that during capital planning. But that is the funding that supports all of the refreshes of the laptops, servers, storage, all of those kinds of things. There is a roadmap. Most pieces of software, and there's hundreds of software in the IT department, has to be refreshed on an annual or semi-annual basis. And so that is factored into their regular work plan. And sometimes it's even ongoing work, because every month, at least, we're applying security patches. Security is at the forefront of the minds of the individuals in the IT department. And there is a security program And that security program has a couple of different elements. One of those elements is looking at penetration testing and how do we, make sure that we're protected from the outside. And the other component of that is how do we train the organization? So this year they had some, web training where people were being sent things and then they had to go through an exercise of understanding what was expected in the security realm. One of the things that I failed to mention in the presentation, because I got a little bit discombobulated with the slides, is that there's a whole bunch of GIS applications. So I think it's in tier 2, but it's part of that recommended package in tier 2 is that there are multiple GIS projects that are on the horizon, that things like converting all of our AutoCAD into the GIS layer, moving the assets so that we can have real time in the field mobile applications so that the operations folks, environmental folks can actually update, perform maintenance, do inventory in the field from their phones and on their laptops. So you don't see any of those individual projects in the plan. And so so to answer your question, a very long answer to your simple question. Yep. There's a whole bunch of other stuff related to security upgrades and replacement. That's not.
Just want to make sure there's an annual process for that. And then you don't have to get hit with these big dollar one-time funding every so often. Just a quick question, because finance falls underneath you, and you had referenced that one of these positions is funded by a government grant, I think regarding climate change.
So that was the climate.
It's in tier 1 or tier 2. I can't remember. Sure.
The last thing I did was shuffle my slides just to make it exciting for myself.
And just preface this question with the fact that coming from where I came from, we always had lots of these government grants coming to us, and they're all very identified what they were and how we spent them. And so my question is in this way, because it's been referenced a couple of times, whether it's federal, provincial grants for projects, and there is requirements to how we spend it. When we look at the budget and the numbers, does it identify sort of the grants that we're getting from the different organizations and how they're spent? Is there a way for us to track what we're getting?
So certainly the financial overview will go through a number of the funding mechanisms and the accounts that we have and the money that's in them, but it is not every detail is specifically identified there. We do have two major sources of funding in the climate action space. And so this particular one is the Local Government Climate Action Program. And we have about $270,000. This was a grant, and we are allowed to use it to fund this position on a 2-year basis. The other source of funding that we had was the CAREP funding, and there is, almost $1 million in that fund. And there are rules around how that is to be spent. And so
it'd just be nice and I don't know, like I said, I was used to an environment where those grants were very identified, and it was clearly, we could see what was a grant, what it was used for, and how we used it. And I'm just curious if there's a way for us to see what grants we're utilizing. And I think it came up in a previous question from Councillor Tan as well about accessing grants, right? I think you talked about grants. So are we getting those grants? What are we using them for? If there's any way within our financials to see that. There's a question about the financial policies that went to the Audit and Finance Committee. I think that went to the previous Audit and Finance Committee. Right.
It did. We did start the financial overview of the review of the financial policies with the previous council, but we've also set the work plan for this Audit and Finance Committee so that we can go through those things again.
Yeah.
And one of the things that just in relation to your question about the grants, we do have a grant tracking application online, so I can send that to council just in terms of your awareness of what's out there and some of what that's been spent on. And then as we go through that process through the Audit and Finance Committee, we can certainly take time to make sure that any of those questions related to funding and the allocation of those monies and what they're allowed to be spent on can be identified.
Yeah, just my question was, it had gone to the Finance Committee. I'm on the committee and I hadn't
Yeah.
seen the policies come to us. So I just want to make sure
No.
it was the previous council. It is coming back. There are
It is coming
policies. So
back through that work plan.
Okay.
Yes, so we had started the process with the previous council.
And then one more question, because a lot of this does revolve around the CSSI. Is there at some point the CSSI coming back to this council to have an update, review and discussion about how it's gone the last couple of years and what needs to be tweaked or changed, just because there is a lot of reference to the CSSI in the action plan?
Absolutely. So we will come back to council to provide a good overview and presentation about what the Community Social Safety Initiative is, what the action plan was, what's been executed, and how we plan to move forward this year with some capacity building and building on some of the successes that we've already had. So absolutely, that will come back to council for a full presentation. Make sure that everybody's aware.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go to Councillor Schiller, followed by Councillor Dewick, Tan, and Doze.
Oh, we're all getting into it now. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I will just take this opportunity to express my appreciation to staff for putting this document together. And I did feel that it was put together in a very thoughtful way. And it was really exciting to see things that we've talked about in the past and how they're being operationalized. And this is really where the rubber meets the road. And I just really appreciate all the work in putting these big picture ideas into action. So of course, for me, seeing the climate action coordinator piece in there was a really great moment. Using some of this provincial funding to advance this work is something that's been on my radar for a really long time, and really excited to see it moving ahead. Christina, can you just clarify for me? I believe you mentioned in response to Councillor Carreras that there's I'd say approximately $1 million. Is that money that the city specifically has received through CAREP in the past, or was that more generally sort of what's available?
It was what the city has received in the past and what is currently in our fund. And it's about 850,000. I was exaggerating a little bit when I said.
I like a rough number. I'm good with that. Thank you. I know that the province has made some changes to the sort of the fund, like the CAREP no longer exists. I think it's local government climate action now.
Correct.
Do we know the amounts that we'll be receiving, say, in the next few years under that program, if they'll be similar, or just kind of looking ahead to what might be coming as well?
I think I may have Dan answer that question because I know what we've got in the funds right now, but I'm not sure on an ongoing basis.
Through the chair to Councillor Schiller, the city's been allocated $350,000 for a 3-year period starting in 2022 as part of the local government climate action program. The program is currently being reviewed by provincial treasury. It's being well supported both by treasury as well as provincial staff. So there is generally a positive sense around the funding being on a more ongoing basis to support the delivery of the Clean BC action plan. So we will receive another allocation, $350,000 in August of 2023, as well as in 2024.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And then just on a separate note, then just in response to the RCMP presentation, I'm not sure who the best person to ask is about just sort of the decision making around having the RCMP request for the constables at a tier 3 level. As I said, I thought this was very thoughtfully, laid out, especially for someone like myself that's just learning about this budgeting process. But I'm just a little bit just looking to learn sort of how it was determined that that specific request would be included under tier 3. Does that make sense?
Did you want to answer that?
Sure. Through the chair to Councillor Schiller, when we put together the business plan, we tried to look at how to set out the funding under some specific categories. We wanted to provide council with the information of what does it take just to maintain the existing service levels, and what positions can we include where we can find other sources of funding to put them into the base. You'll see a number of those positions coming forward that can be paid through fees and utilities and so forth. And then we started looking and categorizing these costs into minor service level improvements, things that we really desperately need to, in order to keep things going, but it gives us a little bit of a boost, and then into strengthening our services. And then the third tier was really look at how do we accelerate or move the organization forward. And so it was at that point that given the de-integration that's on the horizon, that we were to put the enterprise system and the RCMP costs into that final tier. So they aren't absolutely required to continue delivering service to the organization, but they're extremely important in supporting our organization and community and moving things forward. That answer your question?
Thank you. That is very helpful. And without opening a whole can of worms, is it fair for me to ask if we, with something, say at a tier 3 or on any of the tiers, does council have the ability to split out specific proposals here and say, yes, we support this, but not the entire tier?
So we have tried to put things together onto a level playing field in terms of how those tiers are organized. So certainly it is council's decision to be able to approve or deny specific things. But we have tried to arrange them in such a way that those tiers make sense in terms of how you would move forward in adopting the budget.
Yes, and I can see that. So thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Thank you very much. We're going to move to Councillor Duick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to start first by, in previous councils, we always had a work plan matrix, and that's not something that this council's had the benefit of. And I'm wondering, is that still on the horizon? And for those of you that don't know what I'm talking about, it's basically setting out what the year's work plan is, what we can anticipate at each meeting. So we know looking ahead in July, we're going to get the climate action report, or in August, we won't get a report because we're on a break. But, you know, in September, we're going to get an economic development update, whatever it is. So my question is, are we envisioning that continuing?
So through the chair to Councillor Duick, we certainly can provide the council with a work plan matrix. The corporate plan that you see in front of you really is those high level items in terms of what will be coming back to council and the timelines that are associated with them. In the past, we have had it be much more specific in terms of the actual meeting dates. And so if it was council's desire to increase that and to make it more specific, we could certainly accommodate that for those items.
I'm looking at Mr. Hartman. He wants to add something.
And I'll jump in and add on what Ms. Crabtree has started. The key for us is once council sets their corporate plan and your strategic plan is developed, staff will then go back and we'll be refining our work plans, and that'll be presented back to council. And that's part of how you evaluate my performance. And so that'll then form part of what will be a revised version of a council matrix, because that's only one component of what I need to properly run the corporation. And so you'll have a schedule or a calendar that falls into, so the GMs have a line of sight on what's coming up for council, as well as the directors and the managers groups will also have a direct line of sight on what they need to do to feed up into that. So it's really getting council to agree on their strategic plan for the budget. And then we develop our work plans, and then there'll be a loop back on my end with each one of you or with the council as a whole to ensure that we have a line of sight that the matrix is actually being delivered and the action plans are being developed by senior leadership and implemented by senior leadership all the way through up and down the organization. So there will be that 360 feedback loop where you just don't see it in front of you because we're here where we are at the process.
And I appreciate that this is different this year. And the reason I raise it is often issues come before council, and when a councillor wants to bring a new item forward, we have to look at the overall work plan and say, okay, so what is it that we're going to say to staff they're not going to do if we're going to add something new midway through? And that's why I raise it, because sometimes things come up, but we have to be cognizant of the fact that staff have a work plan and what's going to be adjusted. My other is around the financial policy review. Councillor Carreras raised it, and I think it's important that the rationale behind the review was really about giving the CAO some flexibility because our policies are quite rigid is probably the best, like, and prescribed for a reason, but also in order to provide that flexibility you spoke about, Mr. Mayor, and to provide the CAO that opportunity, there needs to be some flexibility in those policies. So that's why it's important that the audit and finance have a look at that and certainly get brought up to speed on that. I appreciate the extension of the support of our CSO support and extending that for a year. I think it's important that we get the institutional knowledge of the two individuals. I think it's important and bring in the CSSI program overall back to council is a good idea because it's an absolutely, in my opinion, a fabulous program and really has done amazing work to support the downtown businesses and more, and it as important the residents that frequent our downtown. So I think it's important that council gets that overview from Mr. Cowles and really appreciates what is going on. And the crime prevention is the locked it is another one because they really help with our local businesses to support what does it look like if you do a couple of minor adjustments to your business. And as far as tier 3, I guess the question is when can we have that conversation, because Councillor Schiller raised it on the RCMP piece and recognizing the stats that we have, the fact that we have kind of fallen behind, but also appreciating with the de-integration, that's going to change our numbers as well. But what can we do in the interim to support that? So when do we have that conversation during business planning?
So through the chair to Councillor Duick, what we're doing right now is providing that presentation in that context for each of the positions. So the departmental overview and the presentation of each of the positions that exist in each tier. So once the general managers have gone through that process, tomorrow you're going to talk about capital, and then we will look at having those deliberations. So it is absolutely an option to incorporate tier 3, any one of those, all of those tiers into the financial plan. And as Mr. Thompson had identified this morning, that makes a total property tax increase of about 5.65%. And so it is the intention of during this business planning process to talk about those tiers and what council would like to see adopted into this budget.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to move to Councillor Tan, please.
Thank you, Mayor Rumi. Just to follow up on Councillor Newark's point, what would be helpful for me in terms of our work plan matrix is really I would just, for what I would find useful is just some dates of when larger pieces of work will be coming to council. I remember for the PRC master plan, for weeks before I was asking different people, when is that coming? Just to so that I have a sense of preparation. And for the transportation master plan, it's useful to know that that's coming May-ish and the value plan is coming around June-ish. And I appreciate that staff don't necessarily want council mucking around with years and years of your hard labor, but I think it's also a responsibility to muck around to some degree and to at least be conscious of the decisions we're making. So that sort of understanding of when that's coming to me or to the council table will be useful to make sure that I give considered input. So moving from that, I just have a question about the business planning process. When do we, I appreciate the overview about the reserves in the binder, but is there a point at which we talk about our reserves and also secondly, our CACs?
So on day 2, CK Lee will be going through the financial overview report, which is going to take you through a high level of the financial health of the organization and how the financial plan was approached and delivered. Mm-hmm. In addition to that, through the Audit and Finance Committee, we would go into much greater detail about the individual funds that we have available and the specific purposes for which they were created. Some of them are legislated, some of them are adopted by policy. And so we would be going into more detail during that process. But absolutely, the financial overview report will be reviewed and gone through on Wednesday, in addition to capital, which really lays out all of the projects and how those will be funded and the work that we're going to do in the coming year.
Thank you. And through the mayor, is that does that give us an opportunity at this table to discuss how those CACs are going to be used in this year and future years?
So that would really be something that would be more appropriate to talk through at the audit and finance. This really is focusing on the adopting the budget and determining what level of service, which tier of service you want to accept, and making sure that our work lines are in alignment with your strategic priorities for 2023.
Okay, and just to make sure, because I'm still very new to this process, I'm understanding that CACs are used to provide community infrastructure. And I know that I don't necessarily need to get into all the details here, but I do want to understand those CACs going to be used to fund a certain park or certain, like, I would like to have some input into that. And I'm sure all of council would be too. So I suspect I will come to, that doesn't seem to me that the finance audit committee doesn't quite seem to be the place to discuss that, or am I missing something here?
So typically it would be council determining what things that you want to approve in terms of amenities and infrastructure. And then finance would look at what are the best funding mechanisms in order to pay for those particular pieces of infrastructure. So where possible, we would leverage community amenity contributions and also leverage funds from the density bonusing, as well as looking at DCCs for funding our hard infrastructure. So typically, we have a policy which would be something that would be looked at by council. And I think that did come to our previous council. Yeah. And planning is looking at that this year as well. And so that's where you at a policy level would determine what kinds of things can be used for the funds that are collected through the community amenity contributions. And then staff would take that policy and align it with the appropriate projects or infrastructure that was being proposed.
That's useful for me. I think what will be helpful for me as I go through this process too is understanding how much money is in each specific piggy bank, because I understand that the CAC piggy bank can only be used for certain things, and reserves is another thing, density bonusing payments yet another thing. And just so that if I have an understanding of how much we have generally in each bucket, that will give me a sense as we go through future discussions of what can be done. So I'm just going to put that out there that at some point that can be covered. That would be very lovely. And then in terms of my questions for this package here, I'm going to follow on the question from Councillor Carreras around the CSSI programs. And I'm very appreciative of the work that the CSSI program has done for the community with businesses and residents. And I'm supportive of the request here. And I'm curious around at which point we start discussing metrics for this program as well as sort of, I think that when we consider this funding, I also like to consider at this point, like what that funding will then deliver us in terms of approaches, in terms of making sure that our practices is updated with the most evidence-based approaches to complex issues like these. When will we get? I appreciate that this is a funding discussion, but I think the funding discussion has to be tied to the outcomes discussion as well. And when do we get to that discussion?
So if I can, I probably shouldn't keep, okay, here's the one-time program. So specifically with these asks, these two asks are associated with providing some additional funding to the existing program. So the Community Social Safety Initiative has been built out over 4 years, and a number of those programs are actually baked into the financial plan. So there was a certain amount of funding that went to low cost and no cost events. There was a certain amount of funding that went to the tiered and coordinated response model for security and working with our CMP. There was some money that went to the volunteer programs. And so I think probably the best time would, and there are a number of metrics, and I can provide council with links to those on our corporate website, which really talk about the number of referrals that have been supported, what happened at the community resource hub and the impact that was created there, how quickly community safety officers respond to incidents. And so there's that whole program around community safety officers that's handled out of the bylaws department led by Michelle Adams. And so probably the most appropriate time to talk about the ongoing program and how the CSSI through 2023 will carry out would be at the time when we provide that update. And our manager of Community safety, Chad Cowles would likely be the one to provide that presentation. And that would give you the opportunity to understand the programs that are in place, how they function, how they're based on best practices and so forth. And then at that time, he would also bring those metrics to council. But I can certainly send to council links to those. Most of those metrics and performance measures are in real time. And so you can, on an ongoing basis, see the progress of that particular program.
Thank you. And that's helpful. And I'm sure no doubt that Mr. Cowell and his team are doing a fantastic job delivering this program. And I think my specific question is around particularly sort of philosophy by which we approach this program. And so I see this funding request here for the two expert consultants and advising on strategy, especially with sensitive community matters. And what I think I'm wanting to provide, or at least provide some level of oversight around as folks form strategy that could then continue to inform our operation. I think that this table might have interest in having some say on that process. And I'm gonna just state that intention and interest right there.
So
Okay.
we'll make sure that we bring that report and presentation back to council in the near future, so you can have that.
Before the rest of the work is done. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Crabtree. Thank you, Mayor Rumi.
Thank you, Councillor Doze.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Christina, I think I have to spare you the troubles. My question is not going to be to you. Your Worship, I want to ask, I was paying attention when Wendy was making a presentation as far as Tier 3 is concerned, and she did indicate the requirement for 2 additional full-time constables to join the team after the integration. I'm interested in crime prevention, especially as it affects the overall economic development of the communities, and also the bad image that safety has actually projected Maple Ridge into. I wanted to find out from Wendy, if possible, whether the 2 constables that are being projected for engagement will bring down. I know, by the way, that after the integration with Pitt Meadows, the statistics will change, just like Councillor Judy has stated. But I wanted to be sure that when the 2 additional constables at full-time levels are engaged, what will the statistics be by way of the ratio of policing to the population be? I missed that. I know probably she said that because she was giving up a lot of statistics when she was speaking, but I believe I missed that. If she wouldn't mind, okay. I would like to know exactly whether that will bring us up to par and make sure that we don't go down again to the line of being the notorious people where crime is all over the place. Thank you.
Thank you. That's actually was my question, and I'll segue into that as well for Superintendent Mihat. Number one, I'm glad that you mentioned the wellness of your officers. It's something that I think gets overlooked a lot. So I have the same question as Councillor Doze. So with the addition of the 2 extra constables, what does that do to the numbers? Does that bring us more in line with our other colleagues across the region?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Doze, for that question, and thank you, Mayor Rumi. I can certainly provide you an insight with where we would be at with POP to COP ratios. So I'm just going to refer to my notes here where I had this information drafted and written. So currently our POP to COP ratio is 1 officer to 849 Maple Ridge residents. So the rationale for us asking for those increases in previous years, I'm going back to 2017 or 2018 here now. The rationale to have 2 officers in 1 year, 1 officer the following year, 2 officers, the 2-1-2-1 ratio was to keep up with that POP to COP ratio. Ideally, a police department would want to be in the 700s roughly. So basically 1 officer to about 700 somewhat residents. So for us to be in that 700 range and not 1 officer to 849 residents, the request would be to carry on with the 2 persons hiring in this year, 1 the following year. So we see ourselves in the 700s. accurately, I don't, it all depends on what investments are made for those officers. If it's the hiring of 2 officers will bring us in a better place than we are now. But I don't have those actual statistics of what the number would be, but it would be better than what we are now, which is 1 to 849. Also, just another piece to mention as well is that as we move forward in policing, I had mentioned before that ideally we have specialty teams here in the RCMP, and that's traffic services, street enforcement, community policing. It's another team. It's called it's a serious crime team, but it's attached to patrol watches to help the patrol watches that we have. These are units that are enhanced. They're great to have, but they're not essential. So as we move forward, we definitely could build a police unit with lesser services if we are, when we do, at some point when we deintegrate, we will have 23 less officers. We will have to look at our organizational charts and determine what we need to have versus what are the specialty units for the city. And of course, we would do that in collaboration here with the council and what the public would like as well. So that's just a little bit extra to my answer here, but I hope I somewhat answered your questions there about the ratio of police officers to the public. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Mr. Hartman, you wanted to comment?
Yeah, I'd just like to back up what Superintendent Mihad and Ms. Crabtree have suggested. So Mayor and Council is aware, we're going through a process of deintegration. As a result of that, we don't know, we know what the physical impact is. We don't know what the qualitative impact is going to look like. And so part of the work that I'll be bringing forward to a later discussion with council with the support of Ms. Crabtree and Superintendent Mihad and all of their staff is a fulsome discussion on what the future of the Maple Ridge Police Department with the RCMP looks like. Once we have a better line of sight on what is going on in Pitt Meadows with respect to the construction of their police station. And that is a fluid discussion right now with the city of Pitt Meadows. There's a lot of moving parts. There's increases in construction costs. There's tendering going on. And as a result of that, all of that just puts all of that into a position where I don't have a clear line of sight. And so what we'll be doing when the time is right later this year is I'll be having a conversation with staff and with council to talk about what that future structure and the future policing responsibilities are in Maple Ridge, getting us to where we need to be by the time deintegration happens. And so that is going to be a further conversation. So I think to Superintendent Mihad and Ms. Crabtree's presentation this morning, the addition of the 2 additional officers are to keep up with just the current pace. Don't dilute it into the integration, because that is a fundamentally philosophically different conversation that this table will be having at a later date later this year. I just haven't had a chance with all the moving parts to get around to that, because there's not a clear line of sight yet with the true impact of what deintegration means. So stay tuned.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Councillor Carreras.
Thanks. Super quick. On tier 2, page 8, the municipal training coordinator. It probably involves both of you actually, because it talks about both. If I missed it in your presentation and the explanation of it, I apologize. Essentially, we're taking one we're removing an RCMP officer and hiring a municipal worker to do this work. So does that release an RCMP officer? So you actually gain, if the tier 3 were to go, that gives you 3?
It's a supervisory position. So
Okay.
the current person that's maintaining all the training standards in the police department is a corporal. So that's a first level supervisor to constables. So yes, that would be releasing a corporal position back into a rotable duty. So they would not be doing administrative work anymore. And that's the rationale behind the ask for a municipal training coordinator, a civilianized position, which is at a much lesser cost as well.
Yes. So it wouldn't, so releasing the corporal obviously probably doesn't go into the on the ground stuff, but it does help with the overall
It
Marcy.
does,
Okay.
absolutely. It
I just
does.
want to make sure I was reading this correctly at what I meant.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Seeing no further questions. Just trying to gain some sense of time. We had planned to break for lunch at noon. We were trying to get a quick break before then. Do we just take a quick 5-minute break, health break, and then we'll get back and then we'll start the next presentation and then we can break for lunch. So let's.
Motion to recess.
I need a motion to recess. Can I get a motion to recess? Councillor Carreras and seconded by Councillor Doze. Do I have to vote on? Yes, I do. Of course, I have to vote on that. All those in favor? Thank you very much. We'll take a 5-minute recess. We're going to move on. And again, just we do have lunch coming in. So that's around noon. So Mr. Pollock, you have the floor. Go for it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So we're here to talk about engineering services, and it's comprised of two departments, engineering and engineering operations. The statement that we have up on the screen is one that the staff developed earlier on this year as part of a strategic planning exercise. And I think it captures well the intent of the division. Engineering operations are often thought as the doers, and engineering more as maybe the planners, designers, schedulers. So people think of engineering operations doing snow clearing and paving and so forth. However, the reality is that the two departments work very closely together. There's a high degree of technology and innovation that both departments use in the delivery of services for the city. And I'm very fortunate, I do believe, and the city is fortunate to have a strong director in each department to lead those services. Some of the challenges that we have are certainly as a result of growth. Obviously, in terms of trying to provide servicing as the city continues to grow. There's often you will sometimes hear sentiment that infrastructure doesn't keep up with development. It's mandatory that when a development occurs that there's the appropriate level of servicing there. Where you will sometimes see a discontiguous section is where a subdivision may occur that's a little bit removed from where the services currently exist, where the sidewalks and streetlights. A good example perhaps would be Montgomery Acres, which back in 2013 went ahead first on 112th Avenue. Now that corridor has built out, so there is sidewalk all the way along there. But it is a challenge to make sure that the appropriate services in place. And obviously then is the challenge that we've got in terms of transportation, both locally and in considering regional traffic. We know that traffic doesn't, we're not just dealing with people driving around Maple Ridge. There's people coming in from Mission, there's people coming from Langley and Port Coquitlam. So it is a challenge throughout the region, as we know, but this is a definite issue for us. Asset management, again, we build millions of infrastructure every year through development and through capital, but we have over $1.6 billion in our capital inventory. This is obviously not a road in Maple Ridge. We don't use duct tape. We use Gorilla tape. It's far better. But it is certainly, it's a real challenge to be able to maintain assets through their life cycle. Typically, when you look at the life cycle of an asset, only 20% is actually involved in the construction of that asset. 80% of it is actually the maintenance and ultimate replacement of the assets into the future. Climate change is obviously another issue that we are concerned about. We're seeing that in the types of events that we see, the rainfall events, both the frequency and the intensities. The city does utilize a 3-tier drainage criteria, which is recognized as being progressive, and it deals with the small events, that are retained on site, release of a medium-sized event into the storm system at a predetermined rate, and then dealing with major storms as well. The picture on the right here is an underwater rainwater retention gallery. That will be part of that 3-tier drainage criteria. Green infrastructure obviously is something that we're very interested in. Not all green infrastructure is suitable in all locations. So we really want to focus in on those elements of green infrastructure for the right locations. What we're going to try and utilize downtown is going to be very different than you would see, for example, in Silver Valley or Albion. Basically, all this equates to infrastructure, both the provision of new infrastructure, the maintenance of our existing, and also the recognition that we have to adapt as the climate continues to change. The divisional priorities, I've kind of kept them as, I haven't identified either engineering or engineering operations. These are really priorities that involve both departments. And it's very important to make sure that we have the appropriate master plans in place. So we have both sanitary, water, and drainage. We've recently just approved within the last year or so 2 significant integrated stormwater management plans for the city. This year, we're going to be looking to update our sanitary master plan. And we typically update master plans on a 5 to 7 year cycle. And the reason we do that is to make sure that there may have been regulation changes over that period of time. There will be certain elements that have now been built into the system. And also, we want to make sure that if an area comes on stream, such as North Albion, that the appropriate that has been incorporated into that. Similarly, if you were to consider Thornhill as an area, that has been considered in a very coarse and rudimentary way. But if we were to look at developing up into that area, we'd have to do a lot more planning to provide the services there. Sanitary I&I, or inflow and infiltration, is a challenge for every municipality. It's basically inflow is water that could enter the sanitary system, maybe through a manhole, through a cross connection on a property, maybe through a leaky lid. Infiltration is more where it's subsurface. So it could be a crack in a pipe or a crack in a joint, crack in a manhole. And that allows rainwater, groundwater to get into the sanitary system. And that obviously has an impact because locally we have to transport it. It has to be collected and transported through our system, and then regionally onto the wastewater treatment plants. So we end up as a region treating more water than we really have to. So that's a big focus for us. And one of the elements that I've talked about here is a 225th Street pump station and force main. This is a significant, I think, as part of your drive around early, you got to walk through this pump station. This takes all the sewage from the town center and also Albion area as well, Cottonwood. So it's significant. And the pump station is being upgraded. We're now focusing in on the force main. Water is an interesting situation. We have a very complex system here in Maple Ridge. It's a level 4 system, which I think we're unique in the Lower Mainland. And that's for the reasons that are listed here because of the topography. The actual size of the system, we go as far out as 272nd Street, out to Rosse Garibaldi. And also because of those physical issues, there are a number of pressure zones. So that means pump stations, reservoirs, pressure reducing valves. So I think around the province, there are only 80 level 4 operators. So it's a challenge for the city to retain that level of expertise in-house. And I know that operations are certainly, we're trying to build resiliency within our existing staff as well. So because of those issues that I've mentioned regarding the layout of the water distribution system, there's a challenge to maintain the quality of water, and that's through the making sure there's appropriate level of chlorine in the system, and also that the system doesn't age overly. That's just the amount of time that a water would stay in a pipe. So that is a big focus of our plan for 2023. This water optimization program, you'll see that in one of the requests for incrementals further on. The city does, because we are a purveyor of water, we do have to submit a report every year to Fraser Health, annual water quality report. And last year, the only parameter that was exceeded was that of water temperature. And that was outside of our control, obviously, because that happens. We got our water from Coquitlam Reservoir, and that was consistent. It was consistently higher there too. Another element that we have this year is the rate structure review, and that is in light of the decision of our previous council to meter single-family residences moving forward. So we want to review the rate structure for water, for both bulk water and for metered service connections. Transportation, this has been noted already, but the transportation plan we started in 2021. There have been 3 interim papers that have come forward to it was the previous council for discussion and endorsement. So the staff are now working on finalizing the plan that will come forward, as said, in the intent is to bring forward in May of this year to seek council's endorsement. So it will be a multimodal plan. It'll deal with the bus rapid transit and also looking to future growth. We're looking sort of the next 15 to 20 years and what's going to assist in driving the economy of the city. The report will be accompanied by an implementation strategy, or will subsequently, when council has endorsed the plan, we'll come forward with implementation strategy. That will look at where the priorities are and how they are to be funded. Some of the large road items, such as the extension of Abernethy, 240 Street Bridge, are included in the plan already. There are a number of other issues, though, some that have yet to be funded more on the program basis, things like the bicycle plan, the pedestrian network, and so forth. So that will be coming forth in Q2. Fraser River Escarpment is something that has been under discussion and review since the late 1990s. It's governed by 2 existing policies. And around 2019, the city completed a gap analysis that identified additional tasks. Those are underway and will be coming forward to council in the second quarter as well. The development services function review, that is a report that would be coming forward to council later on in April. It identifies more process improvements, and staff are already working on these areas to process applications and make sure that the development process for engineering review is as expedient as possible. CityWorks implementation is obviously that citywide application that's been previously mentioned by Christina, and staff are fully supportive of that and are actively involved in that implementation. Engineering and engineering operations are also the liaison with the Ridge Meadows Recycling Society. The city maintains their vehicle fleet and also select pieces of equipment down at the depot. And that work is ongoing as well. We also are connected to Recycle BC, who are the not-for-profit responsible for recycling. Some of the challenges that we've got are obviously construction cost increases. We've seen quite a lot over the past year. We've seen, I think it was asphalt went up by 50% this past year in light of the situation with oil. So that continues to be a challenge moving forward. Drainage has been historically funded either through general revenue or a small drainage levy. But the work that has been done in the ISMPs and subcatchment area plans that have been done are certainly going to require additional funds and incorporate into financial plan. Diking is an issue that is we're seeing increased interest in. There's a couple of separate initiatives coming forward. For the last 7 or 8 years, the Fraser Basin Council has been working on a lower mainland flood management strategy. And just recently, we've been made aware that the province is also coming out with its own flood management strategy. Those don't necessarily align as far as we can tell, so that will be an issue moving forward. The Fraser Basin Council, for example, part of their work identified raising dikes, and it was into the billions of dollars throughout the region. So it's a substantive piece. Fuel, fleet and fuel, obviously that's another upward pressure. We're seeing those as we operate our daily fleet. Certainly engineering operations is looking at the electrification of fleet, and we'll be working with staff in our other areas as well to plot a strategy moving forward on that. And the previously managed asset management. We're in the process of developing an asset management strategy. And when that is complete, that will then work more into an asset management plan. And for each area, it's at the moment, this deals with everything from facilities, parks, roads, sewers, pump stations. So it's a significant piece of work. The incremental requests that are included are all in the base level. And so there's no tax increase. The reason being that they're funded through various utilities, except for the one which is the development technician of the day. So starting at the top of the list here, we have a senior project engineer funded through the Capital Works Reserve. And this is in response to the significant capital projects that we have underway. Abernethy, all the way from 224th to 256, the 240 Street corridor. A number of other issues such as BRT will involve a bunch of capital works as well. So that is a significant piece that will provide additional guidance to the design and construction section. There are 2 projects as a senior project engineer and a technologist. The second one actually is funded, the technology position is shown as funded through fees, but it's actually funded through the water utility. Again, this is to provide a more robust function in utilities, going back to the issue around master planning and speaking to development applications and reviews. So that will provide a more robust response in utility section. The development technician of the day comes out of the development review process report, and that again is recommended to be funded through fees, and that would be having a technician down at the front counter, so somebody would be able to come in and it would be higher level than what our DSTs or development service technicians are at the moment. So able to provide a higher level of service without bringing down some of those more senior staff from the engineering department. The last 2 positions are in engineering operations funded through the water utility. Again, for the reasons that I've spoken to, the complexity of our water system, we really want to move forward to ensure that we have a robust service delivery and that we're able to provide proactive service rather than more of a reactive service in that area. So that's what the additional supervisor 2 is. The second position is to do with to take over the water metering facility. As I've mentioned before, that is something that is going to be getting greater because of the decision to meter single family residents moving forward. So this individual will take over that entire program, the maintenance, the recording of data and so forth. So that's a significant piece as well. So that's the summary of the presentation. Mr. Chair, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. And I will open it up for council for questions. Councillor Schiller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, David. That's actually really helpful to see sort of an example of how those fees that we collect then flow through to address the increases for services of the city. So that's great to see. Thank you. Just a couple of specific questions for you. In the engineering business plan, it talks about the development of the North and South Alouette flood response plan. Can you just clarify the timeline for me? I'm seeing a 2022 number in the report, and I'm not sure if I'm just not understanding where we're at with that one.
That report is largely, that exercise is largely complete. And we will be working out with we have been working with our fire and emergency response departments on that issue. There's some additional modeling that we're looking to finalize, but we'll be going to the community hopefully in Q2 or Q3. In around that time, we also have the freshet coming on board, so we don't want to sort of get the two confused. But we'll be certainly going forward and having some public information sessions into Q2 and Q3.
Also, in regards to the Alouette River and Valley, are there any funds allocated in this year's plan around sediment removal from the Alouette Valley down by the 224 and the 132 area?
I do believe there is an amount for removal in and around the structures in the Alouette, not for general river dredging, but for in and around the structures at Edge Street and 224th.
So would that include like around the bridge at
That would be
224th?
at the bridges themselves.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'll leave it there. Thank you. Those are my
Thank you.
questions.
Thank you very much. We're going to move to Councillor Tan.
Thanks, Mayor Rumi. Couple of questions. First question around diking maintenance through you, Mr. Chair, to staff. Could you sort of educate me about the state of our diking system and how much infrastructure maintenance or upgrades we expect to see to prepare us for all the climate catastrophes that are coming our way?
There is actually, through the chair to Councillor Tan, there is actually a report coming into closed later on in April, which will, I think, address some of your questions, and it's probably appropriate that we address those there first. But the diking is a challenge. If, for example, we take the Wharf Street dike, which is that is obviously connected to the Pitt Meadows dike, and in that particular area, we need to make sure that both systems would be upgraded at one time. Even for the city of Maple Ridge to upgrade our section of dike would be of little benefit if Pitt Meadows did not do their accompanying piece, which is considerably larger than what the city has. So there is city involvement down at Diking District 13 and also at Albion Diking District, but it's probably best that we have that discussion with council and closed and then bring it forward.
I appreciate that. Because I don't know the details of that, and I don't need to know that right now. And the only reason why I'm asking you during this particular conversation is to make sure we have enough money stocked away for that. I'm sure very expensive project. And I hope that provincial, I'm sure that provincial and federal government will kick in as well.
Through the chair, certainly there'd be an expectation of senior government level assistance. And the city actually, in terms of the Wharf Street dike, we are doing a detailed inspection of that dike this year.
Okay, so are we expecting that there will be funding requests coming to council to make sure that that whatever needs to be done will be done?
Yeah, it'll be certainly subsequent to that inspections probably coming through in 2023, 2024.
Okay.
Sorry, 2024, 2025.
Okay, I look forward to that, or maybe I don't look forward to that given the price tag. Okay, the next few questions I think was the praise no one, because I'd like to be fairly consistent with my priorities. First of all, I was going through the green infrastructure plan management strategy of the city, and I see here one of the pieces here is to identify the city's green infrastructure assets, including inventorying them and valuing them, including the benefits. And can you give me a sense of where that work is and where the funding needs to be provided for that?
Through the chair to Councillor Tan, that is actually part of the asset management strategy that is, we're currently going out for an RFP to complete that work. So that is part of that. There is an increasing degree of interest in the natural asset piece. So we certainly want to capture that. Again, our initial focus was more on the built infrastructure, but certainly recognize, and it's been recognized all the way through, that natural assets are a very extremely important component that we have to consider.
Thank you. And through the chair, when do you expect that piece, that asset management and strategy piece, including the GI, to come through?
To the chair, to Councillor Tan, I expect that that work will probably be coming forward in 2024. It's a significant piece of work to be done. We're hoping to get it done the majority of this year, but then for consideration in 2024.
Thank you. And through the mayor, my next question: streetlights and sidewalks. Is that within the engineering budget?
It is, yes.
Okay, how much would you like for that, Mr. Pollock?
Certainly, I'm not sure whether you're referring to the capitalization of new infrastructure or whether it's a maintenance thereof. But in terms of the discussion around streetlights and sidewalks and pathways, will certainly be a focus of a component of the strategic transportation plan coming forward in May of this year. And it identifies a lot of those linkages, whether they be accesses to school or accesses to significant points of interest. So that will be a part of the transportation plan moving forward. And with that, each infrastructure component will have a cost attached to it. And that's when I mentioned the implementation strategy, that's when we'll get into not only what do we want to do, but how do we, under what kind of timeline do we do it? And where does it sit in terms of all those other components that have to be undertaken at the same time? So if your question is more around linkages, that'll be part of that strategic transportation plan discussion and then implementation thereof.
I appreciate that the strategy needs to come before we start putting bits and bobs into the community. And the reason why I ask is because we have a dire need for sidewalks and streetlights in our community. Mm-hmm. And I understand that sidewalks and streetlights are very expensive.
Yeah. If I could just add one thing through the chair too, one of the interesting things that's not necessarily considered when we talk about streetlights or sidewalks is what the knock-on effect is. Because if you put curbs and sidewalks in, you then often need to do drainage because then now you don't have a ditch. And that's part of the discussion moving forward. Are we talking about walking areas that may still have a neighborhood that was built in the 1960s to the current standards, doesn't have sidewalks? Is there a potential to provide a walking path and some street lighting? Or is it the urbanization thereof? And that kind of knocks one into the other, because then you start to look at, well, should we upgrade our water sewer or water mains as well in our services, and do we need to repave the road? So that's where it can get quite big quite quickly. So that's, I think, part of a good discussion when the transportation plan comes forward.
I appreciate that. I think like just to step back, I think staff and I think Mr. Hartman can certainly hear like the note of concern in my voice that you've heard me say before as well, that like there's so much that needs building in our community and we certainly can build it all. We won't build the new Maple Ridge in a day or in one budget year, but it certainly makes me nervous that there's so much construction to be done and much other things, and that I don't see a lot of that in this year's budget. I appreciate that there is more to come in future years, but I just don't want that sticker shock in 2024 when we actually implement those things, and everyone in this room knows better than I do that the longer we wait, the more it costs. So that is my note of nervousness. And I'm going to say I don't necessarily know enough to put in a whole bunch of line items in this year's budget, and I don't want to, but that is certainly my concern. The other piece I want to put in here as well is active transportation. I know that strat plan is coming. And then I'm certainly interested to hear about the funding for that, for active transportation, in addition to sidewalks, the cycling, and goodness knows what e-mobility, what new is coming, down the road, and making sure that there's enough room in the budget for whatever separated facilities we have to do. But I think I'll park that one there because I understand that the strategic discussion needs to come first.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Tan, the part of the build up to the presentation of the draft final plan is there's 3 documents that are actually online that you can certainly peruse, and that starts to lay out what did we hear, what did people want, and then what those strategies are. So I think interim paper number 3 kind of lays out what those draft strategies would be. So you should get a good sense from that document as to what you're going to see coming forward in the draft transportation plan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My last question through you is, Mr. Pollock, I'm going to put you on the spot again to explain to me, just during the more formal setting, what you tried to get to me during the break. But, sometimes it takes a few times for it to actually stick in my head. So street trees, I've heard a few different things. So if folks around the room can just sort of explain to me, what is engineering's responsibility, what is planning's responsibility, and what is parks responsibility in terms of making sure, and I just to be clear about what my overall goal is, I like to walk down the street and to see a bright leafy boulevard or needly boulevard, whatever, that will do wonderful things like absorb rainwater and provide urban tree canopy doing heat islands. Like, what is the spread between the departments and who needs money for what?
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Tan. My colleagues in planning and Parks and Rec can speak to that issue, but up until recently, it was a 3-party arrangement that operations did some work in the public realm, in the road allowances, but really we didn't have any expertise. So what we have now done is transfer that function over to Parks and Recreation, along with funding and some staffing and equipment resources. So engineering has certainly stepped back from that role that has been taken on by Parks and Rec. I'm not sure whether, Stefan, if you want to speak to that.
No, I don't have anything else to add to David's comments. And I think Councillor Tan, I think the challenges that we have, the planning group and their environment section that works with developers on planting plans and the like. And then eventually, once those assets get turned over to the city of Maple Ridge, it's now my team's responsibility to then manage the urban canopy. As you know, part of my presentation later on this afternoon will be speaking specifically about work that we have underway right now with regards to the urban forest management strategy that you may have some additional questions that you might want to ask at that point in time. But that gives you a bit of a ballpark as to what operationally we're doing to meet the needs of our urban canopy.
Okay, thank you. And I think that in my last statement around there is that I think certainly like the decisions have been made in the past for many different reasons. And I think it's fair to say that Maple Ridge has a lower, just from walking around and driving or biking or whatever around this neighborhood or around our cities, that we do have a lower share of urban trees than many municipalities do, and that as our private properties are redeveloped and trees go down, that we'll see fewer green things around our community. And I think that's a very, very large concern to us. And I just want to make sure whoever's job it is, like, if you need money, come talk to us. Let's just make it happen. I don't know whose job it is. Let's just make it happen. Okay, thanks, Mr. Mayor.
I need money. Can I come talk to you? Any further questions for Mr. Pollock? Seeing none, we will take a 30-minute break for lunch. Can I get a motion to recess for lunch? Moved by Councillor Carrera, seconded by Councillor Schiller. All those in favor? 4. Parks, Recreation and Culture. Mr. Laban, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure what Maple Ridge is doing to me, but I'm taking transit and I'm eating cabbage, asparagus, and chicken for lunch. So, okay. Well, good afternoon, Council. Welcome back from your lunch. I am very proud to be here on behalf of the Parks, Recreation and Culture Division, the division where, unlike my colleagues before me and afterwards, we are the division of fun. Check the back of your seats. How many of my colleagues handed out hockey jerseys before the morning started? How about that? I'm not sure that's fun, David. Maybe bowel movements are fun for you, but they're not for everybody else. What a party pooper he is. Before I jump into my presentation, I just want to acknowledge a few people that are with us this afternoon. With us are managers Michael Millward, Danielle Pope, our Director for Community Recreation Engagement, Tony Catronio, the handsome Tony Catronio, hey, shout out, Colin Priddle, and of course, Valerie Richmond. So with that, we'll get underway. I got 2 things at once, talk and click. Okay. So this afternoon, we're presenting on the Parks, Recreation, Culture Division. So essentially, we have 3 primary functions. One are planning, development, operation, delivery of parks, recreation, culture services, which are more the soft side. The second part is the actual hard infrastructure facility side, planning, development, maintenance of all municipally owned buildings. And then finally, leading and managing the city's land and property assets, including negotiation, acquisition, and disposition of city-owned properties. So on this slide, Daryl Denton would be the manager of corporate properties. Valerie Richmond is the director of parks and facilities. And then finally, director of recreation and community engagement is Danielle Pope. When we were initially in our discussions with regards to how we would position our corporate business plan presentation, and more importantly, the budget, operating budget for 2023 and the capital budget that you'll see either at some point today or probably first thing tomorrow morning. A couple of things that we wanted to note and draw your attention to. One is meeting the current demands and expectations for arenas, parks, trails, open spaces, sports fields, festivals, and events. And certainly, as all of you will recall, back in February with the approval of the Parks, Recreation, Culture Master Plan, it was certainly highlighted the importance that these amenities and these assets play for our community. Second point we wanted to make is the ability to meet future demands of groups. This is an interesting item because, for example, Ridge Meadows Minor Soccer are in the process of finalizing their 2023 to 2028 5-year strategic plan, and their growth of their sport over that 5-year time span. They're targeting anywhere between 250 to 500 kids or new athletes, and that includes adults, bringing their association numbers in and around the 2,500 mark, which is most likely the largest group that we have in Maple Ridge. Third point we want to make is existing facilities that are aging and in need of major investment or replacement. So the recently approved PRC master plan noted that the Maple Ridge Leisure Center, as an example, and the condition assessment work that we did throughout late 2022 identified a $13.4 million gap in repair, renewal, and upgrades specific to only that facility. And the breakdown was such: 5.6 million are needed for structural renewal, 6 million mechanical upgrades, 1.2 million in electrical, and then $500,000 in furnishings and fixtures. The PRC master plan also noted that over the next 10 years, on average, $750,000 is needed for both Planet Ice and Golden Years Winter Club. And our staff are also in the process of trying to figure out what we need to do to get Hammond Outdoor Pool up and running. And I know Councillor Tan is quite keen to want to know what our plans are. And quite frankly, we are patching over patches over the years. And quite frankly, I'm concerned about our ability to deliver that service this summer, but more to come on that later. We also have heard from my colleagues previously that increased costs for land acquisitions and new construction projects will only continue to go up. And aligning budgets to meet service levels continues to be a challenge for our group, as well as an impact of our growing workforce based on the information you saw this morning, as well as the presentation that you'll see after me in planning and buildings. So if we're due to continue on the environmental scan, and I was actually quite jealous that planning and buildings had some stats like this and slides like this, as did corporate services. So I'm not one to be outdone. So I thought I'd throw a few of these in here just for fun and just give, again, some context to the facilities and the amenities and the assets that the Parks, Recreation and Culture Division is responsible for. Continuing on with the environmental scan, and this shows more of the soft side of our division. What I also want to note is what this shows is 2021 and 2020. But what's interesting is when I go back to 2017, which is when, for the most part, was the last full operational year of the Maple Ridge Leisure Center. We see admissions in 2017 around the 277,000 mark. And in 2022, you're seeing them around the 222,000 mark. So it's about a 20% drop from where we were back in 2017, which is significant. And it's not lost on us. Following 2017, 18, 19, we had obviously our facilities were shut down with the major upgrades that were made to the leisure center pool, as well as, and unfortunately, we were also dealing with COVID. So we're not quite where we were back in 2017, but we're certainly on the right trajectory. So this has a lot of information on it. And this slide illustrates sort of the convergence and the collaboration that goes on within our division, and also recognizing that other divisions obviously will play a key part in a lot of this work. But essentially what we've laid out here is 3 divisional priorities. One is the PRC master plan implementation, prioritization, and funding strategy. Obviously planning for Maple Ridge 150 and 2024 BC Summer Games. And then finally, our workforce office space planning. The chart at the bottom of that slide begins to show council where some of the traction will be with regards to the implementation of a lot of assets, infrastructure, new things, and plans that all align with our PRC master plan. So I know some of you were probably wondering in the back of your mind, so when are we going to start to see how all of this stuff starts to take shape? Well, this is when you start to see it. So the 4th ice sheet design and construction, again, we're waiting for word from the Agricultural Land Commission on our non-farm use application for Planet Ice. Neighborhood Park at 241 A Street and 112th Avenue is currently under construction. And we are working through the processes of wrapping that up, as well as dealing with the name, and we'll have some news on that shortly. Port Haney Waterfront Multi-Use Pathway, that was a grant that we received from the federal government, and work that will be undertaking with Metro Vancouver. Design and construction of Wannock Lake upgrades, and that's a piece of work that we're waiting for some land titles work to be wrapped up so that we can begin moving forward with that project. Site assessment and concept design for 5th ice sheet, again, is part of the PRC master plan, was identified as a need along with the 4th ice sheet and the 5th ice sheet. Paz Arena Place Park consultation and design. So our consultation's wrapped up. So we're now going to be summarizing that data and looking at moving forward with a design process. Aquatics feasibility study, obviously that's important to council, and that's a big piece of work for 2023 for us. along with our real estate strategy, which begins to address some of the items that were noted previously by Mr. Hartman this morning. Urban forest management strategy, I know, is a important piece of work for many members of council, and we're going to be happy to be moving forward with that now that we have a lot of our data that's ready to be manipulated and analyzed and whatnot. Neighborhood placemaking strategy is where we're going to begin to pull together opportunities for neighborhoods to better connect, leveraging some of the assets that we have, like our Hot City Nights, new sponsorship program to, again, help us in trying to make sense of whatever our financial picture looks like. We're going to begin to bring forward a number of new projects and renovation projects of our existing facilities. And then finally, not to mention the fact that we have our civic approach to neighborhood programming as well. So all of this to say that while it may look like there's a little bit of work on this slide, these are fundamentally very significant pieces of work that we'll be undertaking. And what's not lost on me, and which I need to emphasize, is that this is over and above and in addition to the work plan that we have to keep the lights on and to ensure that we have facilities operating to their fullest. And we have lots of great programs that are happening in all of those facilities as well. Some of this will be a repeat from my colleagues earlier today. Certainly from an operating budget perspective, we know that our budgets are continuing to be challenged as we bring more and more assets on and more inventory on. And certainly this is not lost on council, as I'm sure you're aware. Cost of maintaining aging assets. As I mentioned in my earlier slides, we continue to have our heads being challenged with trying to find ways to continue to keep the lights on, continue to provide high quality services and programs for our community, while also dealing with the realities of having old and outdated and aging assets. We know that there's only a certain threshold that taxpayers will be able to afford to pay for our PRC master plan investments. We know that. We heard that loud and clear in the PRC master plan work that we were able to hear back from the community, and that message had been received loud and clear. We also know that funding for festivals and special events, which is the fun stuff that we get to do each and every day, is challenged because of the number of events and festivals, as well as competing priorities throughout the organization and the community. We know that we're going to be challenged to deal with and accommodate all of our growing workforce and the positions that we've been dealing with so far in the budget. And then finally, looking at this from a more macro level is obviously the impacts of climate change. So what does that mean to our operations with regards to, making plans that are plans that include, plants and species that are drought resistant, trying to make sure that we are providing the best environment or possible life expectancy for some of our ornamental trees that are planted, especially in years 1, 2, and 3. And so we're feeling the impacts of climate change on a daily basis. So the one-time items that we've identified for the budget for the business plan, for 2023 include, and I've already made reference to the sponsorship program development, our office space planning, which is going to be very important for us to be able to accommodate the staff that we have coming on board, site assessment and preliminary design for 5th ice sheet, and then finally our aquatics feasibility study. And again, to highlight, a number of these are drawn specifically from the PRC master plan that was recently approved by council. So now we get into our service level enhancements. So tier 1, so this trails maintenance seasonal labor. Again, the PRC master plan highlighted the demand for parks, trails, and open spaces. This 0.5 FTE seasonal labor, essentially from April to October, will continue to allow us to provide service for our trails throughout our community. And again, this is where I've challenged our directors and our managers to ensure that we have sufficient budget to meet our service levels. And this is one area where we've identified that there was a bit of a misalignment. So we're trying to catch up with this as much as we possibly can. So the first one, downtown beautification enhancements, is actually, I think it's identified as horticulture. Dan, I can't remember the title of it. It's not downtown beautification enhancements. It's trades gardener, service levels and increase service levels or something along those lines. But essentially what I wanted to try to identify for council is that when we look around the community, when we often hear from residents, oftentimes we hear about how beautiful communities are, whether it's through horticulture activities, through urban forestry activities, through ornamental tree plantings and what have you. This service enhancement is in some cases a service enhancement as far as the associated activities downtown, but it also allows us to catch up our service levels as it relates to plantings at the Albion Community Center and Fire Hall number 4 and other horticulture opportunities throughout the community as well. So that is a combination of a full-time staff as well as 1.5 FTE equivalent laborers providing that support. The neighborhood engagement program is a new opportunity for residents to gather, support volunteers, strengthen and or build neighborhood groups. So this is really looking at leveraging the work that we've done corporately, like I said earlier, around our Hot Summer Nights program, and bringing that and really expanding that and offering different kinds of opportunities for the community throughout the year. And this is one full-time position that we're asking in this one. And then I won't get into the details on the bylaw compliance officers. I'll leave that for Ms. Carter to identify. Suffice to say that from my perspective, we have more people in our parks, in our open spaces, and there are activities that are taking place that are in conflict with one another. There's public intoxication that is happening. And over the last couple of years, we've seen a significant increase in the number of complaints with regards to public intoxication and whatnot. And so this is an attempt by our staff to try to correct that. And I'll leave the details to Ms. Carter to get into from that point. So with that, Mr. Mayor and members of council, me and my team are more than happy and prepared to answer any questions that you have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And I'm sure we're going to have lots of questions, starting with Councillor Duick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. And there's definitely a body of work with Parks and Rec that we're all pretty excited to get into. It's the number, I think it's pretty much the number one issue that we hear about, well, economic development and Parks and Rec when it comes to families, when aquatics is one of them, ice sheets. And I think COVID really changed the perspective of a lot of our residents as well, with it being outdoors and actually knowing that we have places they never went to. So it's definitely an area that we have to pay attention to and find out how we can fundraise for it, or not fundraise, sorry. How are we going to pay for it? I have a couple of minor things in the report for the proposed budget. We have two different, in one, we say that we're going to reach 150,000 over the next 15 to 20 years. And then in the next report, under the preliminary design for the 5th ice sheet, it says 20 to 30 years. So I notice this a lot, where we tend to have different numbers for different departments for different things. So my ask is, can it, if it's 20 years, it's 20 years. If it's 25, it's 25, but can we be consistent? Number one, so that when I'm reading it in this report today, that 2 weeks from now, I'm still reading that it's going to be 15 or 20 years versus whatever the number is. Because sometimes it makes me doubt myself. I go, well, I thought I read it was this last week. So that's a minor ask, and it's not just to do with Parks and Rec, by the way.
Noted.
It's in a number of reports. So even, when are we going to have 150,000? When are we going to reach build out? There's a number of examples, and I won't even bore you with those details. I have a number of them. The trails maintenance is absolutely critical. I always hear so many people that really, really appreciate our trails. And you and I had this conversation the other day about equipment. And I heard today that a lot of the equipment has been passed over to Parks and Rec. So I'm happy to hear that. And whatever we can do to minimize the risk of injury to our staff by providing them the appropriate equipment is way better. Rather than somebody packing a blower or it's something on their back going up the trails, like give them the equipment that they need. So how do we make that happen?
Well, tomorrow's discussion on the capital will begin that conversation. I know there is a lot of work, as I mentioned to you when we chatted. Myself and a few of our staff attended the agriculture show that was in Abbotsford back in January, looking specifically at different types of equipment that we can look at acquiring to provide better service levels for our staff, as well as address issues that we have right now around some of our lost time accidents as well, and ensuring that we're not requiring our staff to do a lot of manual labor work, rather than looking to the market to see what options there are for mechanized pieces of equipment to basically do the same work, both from a time efficiency perspective as well from an occupational health and safety perspective. So we're probably well into our discussions with regards to that. I'm not sure that we'll have all of that buttoned up and ready to bring to council, but I have been chatting with Catherine Nolan in finance with regards to some of the additional needs that we have, and we'll make sure that we bring forward that request when it's ready.
Because one time loss injury could actually be the cost of a very expensive piece of equipment. So, and then we're saving that injury.
1000%, and that's not lost on us.
That's the retired health and safety officer in me coming out. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further? Councillor Tan.
I'm ready, Jenny.
Are you sure, Stefan?
I am. Give her.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. To you, Mr. Mayor. Can you explain to me, Stefan, a little bit about the sponsorship program? I'm in general supportive, but why $150,000?
So where do I start? So last fall, we brought in one of the foremost leading consultants that works with municipalities on exactly this thing. And in order for us to develop a policy, to undertake a complete valuation of all of the different assets that we have, to be able to put a value on all of those assets, and then to be able to design some agreements that we could then take and begin to sell some of those assets and those opportunities to the private world. That's how much it's going to take to do that. And it's a lot of work. We don't have the in-house expertise to do this. We are relying solely on a consultant that will be guiding our staff through this process and through this journey. There is a lot of different moving parts when it comes to establishing sponsorship agreements, Councillor Tan, and I've questioned that we have the right amount of money, but I would say that based on our discussions with our consultant, who is one of the leading consultants that works in both the public sector as well as the private sector, that we'll be able to bring forward a program that will be in its entirety something that will be able to go to the market and stand behind the value and the validation of that program. So sorry, it's a bit of a meandering answer, but in our estimation and based on the work that we've done with our consultant, we think that's the right amount.
Thanks, Stefan. And I think that, clearly I'm not involved in contract discussion, so I have to leave it up to you. It just seems like a lot of money. It's fairly substantial, even especially compared to the other plans that we've seen. Incremental request for it's it's double. It's almost double, if not double. So I'm just gonna put that out there and then leave that, and let's hope that we get our money's worth for that investment.
Having been involved with this consultant in a previous municipality, Councillor Tan, I would say that we would be absolutely getting our money's worth.
The second thing I want to ask about, because I know Mayor Rumeen loves nothing more than when I ask about in the weed project funding, which I highlighted because I think it's important, which is the piece around lower income residents and providing access to recreation for them. Because I was in the PRC plan and I don't know the current status of amount of subsidies we provide, or that the access card or whatever it is that we provide, and the amount of communications we put towards an uptake of that. I'm very curious about what the program status and program expansion if needed, and funding if needed for that program.
So I prepared for everything else except that. So maybe I'll ask Danielle, do you want to come and speak to that?
Thank you. We have a program, participation program that we run for lower income residents. It provides them with access to the facilities and for our programs. I don't have information. I don't have dollar amounts for you today, but I'd be happy to get that for you. And we do promote it through all of our channels available.
Thank you. And again, through the mayor, I'm just gonna let staff know I'm gonna keep barking up this tree, because if my family had money, I'd be playing hockey, not just wearing it. Oh, give me a second. Give me a second.
It's all good.
Suspenseful silence. No, next one. Next one. I'm gonna keep going my list and see if I can trip Stefan up again. Expansion of trails and maintenance. Can we talk more about that? Particularly because the master plan has passed. Like, how much money do we need to ensure that we have to build out the trail system?
So as we discussed last week, we have in our, we've shifted monies from our operating budget to our capital budget. We have on an annual basis, and Trevor will correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe we have $80,000 a year for specifically set aside for trail maintenance. And so from our perspective, that allows us to do the work that we need to do. I've challenged our staff to make sure that it's the right level of funding that we need in order to make sure that we maintain the service levels as well as the experiences of our user groups, recognizing that in many cases we are dealing with everything from horses to bicycles to joggers to walkers to dog walkers to you name it, but we are doing our best with the resources that we have. But that $80,000 is in our budget right now.
Because 80,000, I appreciate that. And $80,000 from the understanding I had that building an itty bitty bit of horse trail was going to cost us $250,000. So I was surprised to not see more funding requests in here for trail expansion, particularly because the master plan has passed already as compared to the other plans that have not yet passed. So do we need more in here for construction of new trails?
Well, I would say at this point in time, and this goes back to the comment that Mr. Hartman made earlier this morning, part of the PRC master plan implementation also looks at the development and creation of a trails committee, along with that, a trail study that will help to augment some of that work. And I would say at that point in time, that would be the time to bring forward any funding requests once we've been able to do that work. But our staff are comfortable with the amount of money that's in the budget right now, and I don't see a need to look at increasing that anytime soon. I'm sure if I told them if we could spend 200,000, they tell me, yeah, we could spend 200,000. If I asked them if they could spend 300, Colin would probably say, yeah, I could probably spend 300, but I don't want to do that. I want to make sure that we have a plan in place in order to be able to rationalize any requests that we bring forward in the future.
Okay. My last piece is around the beautifying the downtown core. I appreciate that is a request in here for labor to ensure that work happens. And I'm curious about the sort of the amount, like, do we need more in there for the actual planting or planters or whatever needs to be done? You know, the number of comments I get about, can we change the bells? They've been there for 30 years, or goodness knows how long they've been there. And then comments like, we've got shops around Lougheed Highway. I see a look, maybe I should be more careful, but the amount of shops around Lougheed Highway, and can we put in planters between Lougheed Highway and the shops? So just walking down the street will be a more pleasant experience and people spend longer in there. You know, comments like that, whatever that work is, right? Like I'm going to assume that we need more funding in there than just the labor to do it. And I asked because that line item is in there. So do you want more money, Stefan?
Well, I like this conversation. I would say at this point in time, so the challenge with any beautification programs that we do, the majority of the bulk of the costs are your labor and your equipment costs. The actual cost for the plantings and the materials is actually inconsequential to the other hard costs that we have. So I would say that the dollar amounts that we have in there right now will satisfy any need for us to look at expanding. And again, we have some other resources that we could tap into if in fact we find ourselves wanting to do even more plantings and even more. We'll find a way to make that happen. Again, I appreciate the sentiments, and we feel the same way. We feel that there's lots of opportunities for us to raise the game and raise our bar as it relates to the downtown, and making it that area where people come together for events and festivals, that they're proud of their downtown, that they love how it looks, that it's clean, that, you know, it's an area where we want to bring people downtown to. So your sentiments aren't lost on us either. We feel exactly the same way, but I think we're comfortable with where we're at right now.
Okay,
Thanks. 1 second, Mr. Hartman would like to chime in.
Thank you, Worship. The other component, just for council's radar, as we get into Maple Ridge 150 next year, and you get into Maple Ridge and the BC Summer Games, staff are having conversations around what that looks like for projects specifically to fund the Maple Ridge 150 celebrations, which we're anticipating to be a year-round kind of January to December 31st platform. And so we discussed at senior leadership around where this type of downtown beautification components would fit. And so there'll be some additional conversations coming to council later on, probably towards the end of the second quarter, with a separate set of funding requests to deal specifically with the 150th and the BC Summer Games, because there's some low-hanging fruit and things that we can do to elevate our game in the downtown core that aligns with our economic development strategies and our tourism strategies, as well as with the Parks Recreation Master Plan. So this is only one component of from what Mr. LeBon is requesting for a kind of the 365-day operational budget for 2023, but there'll be an additional staff report coming in the end of towards the end of Q2, talking to council about what the future starting for the 150 and the 2024 Summer Games looks like. And staff are aware that there'll be some funding components coming for a separate conversation outside of this budget discussion this week.
That's helpful, Mr. Hartman. Thank you. And through the mayor, I'm curious about infrastructure upgrades for the act. I don't know if that's necessary. Thank you, Dan. Is that necessary? What status are we with the act? Is in the building itself, and does that require upgrades or maintenance or any sort of repairs, or is this conversation about capital projects section?
Well, I would say that.
Did I get you again?
No. What I'm thinking is, how do I respond to this? Because actually, quite honestly, this question actually came up at our first board meeting with them, if I'm correct, Councillor Carreras. And at the end of the day, the life cycle maintenance items and preventative maintenance items for the Act are part of our agreement with them. And it lays out very specifically what responsibilities they have versus what responsibilities we have as the landowner and the building owner. And as part of that, and this goes back to the comment that David made earlier with regards to asset management. So we're aware of, from an asset management perspective, the major life cycle items in that building that will need to be replaced, and they're on our schedule of things to be replaced. So I would say at this point in time, Councillor Tan, I'm comfortable with both the preventative maintenance as well as the life cycle planning of that facility moving forward. Are there some big ticket items coming forward? Yes, but that will come through our capital plan.
Okay, thank you. And my last question through the mayor is around festivals and grants for festivals and neighborhood celebrations and things like that. Like, could you so enlighten me here about how much the city provides? Sort of, I don't know, like a Pride festival or something, or whatever folks want to organize.
So I don't have that at my fingertips, and I'm looking at Danielle and Tony.
And where I'm coming from this is I don't need specific numbers. Like I want a sense of like how much. I just would love to just have a sense of ballpark, like how much we are providing. How have folks generally been asking us for more? Is that being listed in here somewhere?
Okay, this is going to be a little bit more of a different answer. So we'll need to come back to you with some information on that, because there's a lot of different moving parts. We know that we're in discussions, for example, with the Chamber of Commerce with regards to the possibility for them to deliver some of these events. So it's not going to be an easy answer for me to provide to you. However, I think we'll take that question away, Councillor Tan, if it's okay with you and council, and we'll come back with a report that sort of provides you a fulsome look at how events and festivals are managed right now, any additional draws that we have on us, as well as requests and whatnot. So we'll come back to you if that's okay. I just want to make sure I don't miss anything, Councillor Tan, in my response to you. That's all.
That's right, because then I'll be on your case.
Yeah, and I don't want that.
Thank you, Mayor Rumi.
Thank you. We're going to move on to Councillor Carreras.
Thank you. Parks Recreation, always a very big part of a healthy and happy community. A couple of questions. So did I get from the slide the overall management of the facilities, like the corporately owned facilities fall under you, right?
Yes.
That's what I got.
Yes.
And that's why the business plan is in here. Couple of questions. Do we have a plan and do we have something built in where we do like an upgrade of all our lighting and heating so there's more economical and energy efficient upgrades going on? That might be a capital question.
Well, no, there's a few different ways that I want to attack it. Dan, do you want to, you might have the best answer. I could certainly take a kick at it, but I've got Michael Millward here and I got Dan Olivier. Dan, why don't you take a stab at it?
Thank you, through the chair. For a bit of context, we are exploring a GHG reduction pathway for our facilities. It's a fund through FCM. So we're looking to do this through grant funding. And this is a very extensive approach that targets a significant reduction in overall energy intensity and consumption from all of our municipal facilities. So as we move forward with this project and in alignment with our our higher level approach to climate mitigation adaptation strategies, more information will be coming forward to council.
Okay, so we're looking into it. We still haven't done it. We're still, yeah. I mean, I know with the school district, we were able to access all sorts of really great grants, and over 7 years, the school district now saves something like $800,000 a year in costs. So not only is it greener, your energy reduction, but the cost savings are extensive. Okay, so that's good to know. There's something in the works and it's coming to us. For me, if there is some investment outside of grants and it would be on the capital side, I would imagine, to be able to reduce our operating costs, and those operating costs would allow us to do other things. I think I'd be really interested in that. This is a quick question, just as I move into the other stuff, because I'm on the building stuff, and I think I know the answer, but I just want to make sure before I bring anything forward later on. After this process, we do not provide free menstrual products in our washrooms, do we?
We're actually, do you want to answer that one, Danielle? We do have a plan.
Thanks, Stefan. Yes, we do. We provided it. We're doing a pilot in recreation. So at Greg Moore Youth Center, the Leisure Center, and Albion Community Center, we're providing free products.
In all washrooms?
Yes.
Okay, so not just at a front desk, it's in all washrooms, including gender neutral ones.
Yes, so you're trying to get rid of the stigma around it, so you don't have to come up and ask for it. It's available for anyone to take.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I really appreciate that. And I'd love to hear the results of that, because period poverty and is a real stigma, and it's really hard. And when you get caught unawares, there's nothing you can do, right? So I appreciate that. I like that you're taking that initiative without even having to really bring emotion. So thank you. A couple other questions. I just need to find out where I had your stuff. I apologize if it takes me a couple of minutes to flip through where I had my notes. I think Councillor Tan talked briefly about this. Was it the sponsorship program that you were asking about? Yeah, and I had some questions on that too. One was obviously the cost to develop a sponsorship program, and you answered that. Yep. My other question is the policy piece. I think the policy piece needs to be done sooner rather than later, because the policy piece and where our thoughts are as a council around what we want for sponsorship, I think it's integral to be able to develop the plan, because there may be some no-go areas that we're not interested in open to accepting sponsorship from. And I think that policy and that framework is really important to be developed. And so I just needed to share that.
And I couldn't agree more.
Okay. And so I know you've heard bits about policy before from me, but on sponsorship, it's I guess sponsorship is a really tough one for me, right? I understand and appreciate the need, but I really struggle with some ways that we gather sponsorship monies from. So I want to make sure that we do a very thoughtful policy before we start going down the dollars.
Well, and certainly from an administration's perspective, Councillor Couris, I certainly want to make sure that we're marching to the beat of your drum too. So we're on the same page.
Yeah, thank you.
You bet.
I appreciate that. And I'd love to see the aquatic facility plan.
I would too.
I think we all want to see that one. I think you didn't have anything in tier 1 or tier 2. It was just tier 3, I think, was all of your stuff.
That's correct.
Yeah. Yes, all of your stuff got into tier 3, which is too bad.
I lost the arm wrestle.
Yeah. I think that might be. Oh, yes, I had one more question. And it's just in addition to Councillor Tan on festivals. A part of the strategic plan and a lot of what we've been speaking about is building inclusive communities and giving people that sense of belonging. And I know we've had lots of conversations about that, so you know where I'm coming from on this. And we did earlier in our term get an email that sort of identified what were city-sponsored events like Canada Day and what were sort of other ones that communities can apply for a grant. But for me, and again, we're not into the weeds that much, but there are two festivals that happen in our community that I think really do support that inclusivity and that sense of belonging and celebration. And obviously it's the Pride celebration. I looked to the two cities. Pitt Meadows really championed their Pride festival last year, and it was such a beautiful and amazing and wonderful event. And I know that Plea does the event here and they do an amazing job, but any way we can support them, I'd be looking for us to help them. And the other one is the Multiculturalism Festival that happens at the end of June. I think that's really celebrating the diversity in our community. So I just wanted to put those two in there that I know it's a little more in the weeds and we didn't see a huge increase, but I think that we did our strategic planning, that celebration piece and bringing people together and just bringing that pride back into the community that we live in is important. And one of the ways to do that is through festivals and through the culture department. And I just didn't see anything in here. So I just want to make sure that that's getting out there.
Noted, and yes.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Seeing another question down from Councillor Schiller.
Thank you, Mayor Remy. Trails. We were talking the other day about, in some ways, I think that trails are a low-cost way of the city of providing a really great benefit to the residents. But they do cost money. They cost more than you might expect.
As you learned.
As I learned. Can you tell me, can either DCCs or CACs be used to build new trails?
I'll let you answer that one.
Thank you. So the short answer is yes. DCCs, and I believe we have some in Hammond for the trail network. So yes. And I think a fair amount gets turned over through the development process as well, but I would look to, thank you.
And can funds from DCCs be used to maintain trails?
No, they cannot.
Thank you. And just finally, I just wanted to ask about the parking that's charged here at the business tower. I don't know if this is a Parks and Rec thing, but I feel like this is a city-owned property. So I'm just wondering if there's any work planned in 2023 around the parking charges.
So there is an internal working group that is had their first meeting about 2 weeks ago, if my memory serves me correctly. Councillor Schiller, that are working on trying to understand what our base level understanding is with regards to both on-street and off-street parking. As well, I suspect at some point coming out of that work will be some kind of strategy required to move forward. I know there's been lots of feedback that economic development has received with regards to parking on weekends. I know that Curtis Pendleton, in some of my discussions with her, she's quite interested in what goes on with our parking in the parkade, especially around some of their major events at the Act. So there's active discussions going on right now with regards to both on-street and off-street parking.
Thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, we will say thank you, sir, to your presentation. We'll let you off the hook for the moment.
You're welcome. Thank you.
And we're going to move to item 345, Planning and Development Services.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. It is my pleasure to present the business plan for the Planning and Development Services Division. Generally speaking, the division is comprised of a group of staff that have expertise in the processing and review of development applications. So those are the OCP applications you see, rezonings, development permits, development variance permits. The staff also have expertise in reviewing and issuing building permits and then the inspections that follow. And then, of course, we have our bylaw compliance officers and our community safety officers who respond to complaints. And then there are groups of people that issue business licenses and dog licenses. The division is comprised of 3 departments. Right behind me is Michelle Adams. She's the Director of Bylaw, Licensing, and Community Safety. The Director of Planning is Chuck Goddard, which everyone knows. And of course, Lee Lundgren is the Director of Building Services, and he is seated just behind me. In terms of the environmental scan, one of the challenges that we deal with is we're facing larger and more complex developments. And it's not just the move from a single family form to a multifamily or mixed use or tower form. We're also finding that the soils that we're dealing with are more complex. The easy land is gone. We deal with steep slopes, water courses, geotechnical problems, and equally challenging are infill projects that should be quite simple, but it's always a challenge introducing a new housing form in an established neighborhood. This is no surprise to anyone. Public demand, the public want access to information and they want it quickly. My colleagues before me all spoke to the challenges that we have with a competitive workforce. And what we're finding is it's particularly challenging to get staff that are experienced, and particularly those professional and technical staff. They're very difficult to attract and to retain. We're hearing provincially, regionally, and locally that there is a huge demand for affordable, attainable, and rental housing. And the same voices are being heard around the need for employment. People want to be able to live and work in their own community, but there's also a realization that employment use has a very positive impact on taxation. So we are trying to shift the needle on that. And I would be remiss not to mention the CityWorks land management system. We know it is exactly what we need, and we're very excited to see it coming at the end of the year. However, it has had impacts on the day-to-day work that's taking place in the departments because our most experienced staff, which we call subject matter experts, are spending a lot of time in helping to build this program. But we're looking at it as it's a short-term pain for a long-term gain, and we're very excited to have CityWorks being launched later in the year. Before I start to talk about the corporate plan, I just wanted to take a few minutes to talk about the operational work that takes place every day. This is the work that, for the most part, occurs behind the scenes. A lot of these people you will not meet because they will not be coming in front of council, but they really are the backbone to the division. They're what we refer to as the bread and butter. And I just plucked out a few numbers that I think are worth drawing your attention to. So we know that our bylaw enforcement staff had over 4,000 files last year. They issued 6,700 dog licenses and over 4,000 business licenses. Planning had 529 active planning applications and wrote 155 reports to council. I mentioned that we're getting lots of, the public want information. Well, the planning staff that work at the front counter, so I'm just talking the planning people, they track their phone calls and inquiries, and they had over 8,000 last year. And our building department, they are equally as busy as the other 2 departments. They issued almost 5,000 building permits, and they performed almost 18,000 building inspections last year. So as council is aware, we're a growing community, and we anticipate a population growth of 40,000 over the next 30 years. And Councillor Dewitt, to your exact point, I often raise the same questions because there are a number of population projections out there. The health region have their number. BC Stats, they don't necessarily do projections, but they have their number. But I can tell you that that 40,000 figure reflects the Metro 2050 projection. So the staff in planning always use the Metro 2050 numbers. And where I think you hear the 150, it's actually 155,000 is the combined population projection to 2050 for Pitt Meadows and Maple Ridge combined. The actual RGS number for Maple Ridge is 128,000. It's 128,600. So just to, I couldn't resist the opportunity to say that. But as far as the divisional priorities go, you'll find that when you look at the work program of the division, it can be easily organized into one of three categories: housing, job creation, and looking for efficiencies. Councillor Tan, this is a slide that I think will respond to some of the questions you raised earlier. I am not going to step you through all of these items, but what I think this slide will show you is the priority that the division has placed on the need to create affordable rental and attainable housing in this community. And I just want to pull out two that I think warrant a bit of a highlight. The planning staff are doing work right now on what we're calling the RS1 zone review. That is really the predominant zone in Central and West Maple Ridge. And we recognize that there is an opportunity to easily densify in those neighborhoods. And we just finished some consultation where we're looking at allowing duplex as of right without rezoning. And we're also looking at reducing or allowing subdivision down to 371 square meter lots without facilitating a rezoning. Secondary suites and detached garden suites, we have about 10 pieces of work attached to that one simple lineup there on the slide. And the reason why we're putting so much emphasis on secondary suites and detached garden suites is we recognize that they are such a win-win. They create housing units or rental units in the community, but they also provide a way for people to move along what we call the housing continuum. And what we're talking about, we know there's people that are currently in rental and they're right on the cusp of being able to afford a home, but they can't do it unless they can get that rental income. So we know if we can help them to get them into housing, that rental mortgage helper creates an additional unit. Plus, when they leave their rental, they free up a space for someone else who needs that. So you will see a lot of work over the next year or this year on that. We're looking at allowing secondary suites in all single family zones. We're looking at allowing suites in duplex and townhouse. We're exploring increasing the minimum size of a detached garden suite. We're looking at allowing a detached garden suite and a secondary suite on the same property. And one item that I think is very exciting is we are exploring having pre-approved building plans for detached garden suites. And we would just love it if people could come into the city, purchase a set of pre-approved plans, and off they go. So the planning team are looking at a bit of a design competition for that. And then following on the heels of some of the secondary suite and detached garden suite decisions, once you make those decisions, then the building team and the bylaw team will be coming forward, talking about how we can simplify the actual construction of these. And then Michelle and her team will be talking about updating the current enforcement strategy because we do have a moratorium on suites and detached garden suite complaints. We have spent a lot of time looking for land, and when we were having conversations last term about Yenadin and the Low Heat Transit Corridor and Thornhill and 256 and Port Haney in the town center, it became quite apparent that there are some varying perspectives around what is the actual demand and capacity for certain land uses, with particular conversations around commercial and industrial. And so we recognize that in order to move forward with updating our commercial and industrial strategy, we needed some very up-to-date and realistic forecasts. So I'm happy to tell you that phase 1 of the forecast is completed. It's in your workshop agenda for tomorrow. We retained a firm by the name of Coriolis Group. And then, so they're going to talk to you about their findings tomorrow. Then phase 2 will start. And what that will do is it'll say, okay, you need X number of commercial, industrial, residential lands. Then they're going to help us make sure that the way the land use is distributed across the city makes sense. We would hate to open up one area for, I'll use commercial as an example, and find out that by doing that, we have negatively impacted the town center. So we're going to be looking at the strategy for distribution. A key component of phase 2 will include a comprehensive review of the community amenity charges and the density bonus policies that we have in place right now, because we want to make sure that they can support development moving forward. And of course, our work on area planning does continue this year. We've got 2 active area plans underway right now. We're hoping they'll wrap up by the end of the year, and we will be having more conversation about where do we go next? Do we go to Thornhill? Do we go to 256? And we'll be talking to you about that. The third priority area for the division has been in looking for efficiencies. The division last term, the building department, council received the Nielsen report, which was on the building permit function review. And since that time, the building department have been implementing the recommendations within that plan. We do plan to come to council probably in May, early June, to give you an update on where we are at with all of that implementation. Also happy to tell you, and David touched on this a little bit in his presentation, the second piece of work is a review by the Nielsen Group on the development services review. We have received that report and it is scheduled to go to council in April. The consultant will present his findings, and on the same day, staff are coming forward with an implementation strategy. We will continue to update a number of bylaws this year, and I'll just draw your attention to the parking and loading bylaw, because that's a big one. And that's where I've heard council ask lots of questions about where's EV charging at. It's actually housed in that bylaw. So that will be your opportunity to talk about where you think we should be in terms of requirements about EV parking. And the other part about parking, we know how important it is, but we recognize that we have to have the rates right. If they're too high, it's a real burden on the developers. If they're too low, it creates a bit of a problem in neighborhoods. So we want to make sure we get that right. This year, you will see some fairly significant OCP updates. I mentioned on the previous slide that we're looking at the commercial and industrial work. Once we get that finished product, we will be going into the OCP, into the commercial and industrial employment sections, and updating those policies to reflect the new strategy. We'll be starting a conversation about the Metro Vancouver Regional Context Statement this year. And that's an exercise where we go through the regional plan and we have to identify how all of our OCP policies are in alignment with that plan. And then with the adoption or the endorsement of the PRC master plan and the transportation plans, we will be going into the OCP to update those policies to reflect the recommendations and decisions in those plans. And okay, so now I have 3 slides that will talk about the incremental requests. This slide is around the one-time asks, and these are the ones that have no staffing pieces attached to them. The first one is a request from the building department. We know we are getting a new building code release, or the province is releasing a new building code this year, and we need to purchase that. So there's a $30,000 ask to buy that and the reference documents that come along with it. As a component of CityWorks, the building team have spent a lot of time process mapping all of the processes down in the department. And they identified a number of ways to make the process more efficient. They've removed some steps. And so what we need to do, we need to go back into the building bylaw and to update it to make sure it reflects the new processes. And we also want to review that bylaw with a lens of making sure that it's easy to read and it's reflective of best practice across the province. And the 50,000 is to get some consulting help and to allow for legal review of the document. And then on the development services review implementation piece, you will hear in April, and I don't want to let too much out of the bag, but I'm kind of excited to tell you that the consultant is recommending that Maple Ridge be the first municipality in British Columbia to offer what is called a development concierge application stream. It's actually a program. And our colleagues in strategic initiatives and economic development are going to help build the business case to launch that program, but they're saying they need about $30,000 worth of data to make sure that the numbers and the projections and that business case will be accurate. So planning submitted that incremental, but it's very much for our colleagues to use as they assist us. The next slide are the 4 incrementals that the division is asking for. And I cannot stress enough that these are not to be funded by taxation. They will be funded by fees. The first is the clerk 2 down in the building department. This position was recommended in the previous Nielsen report. And it's largely because despite that, there's about 28 people in the building department and they do not have any administrative support down there. None. So what it means is that we have building officials doing administrative work, and we know that their time would be better served to focus on processing and inspecting construction and permits as opposed to doing clerical work. So we're asking for a clerk 2. The building department is also submitted an incremental for a plans reviewer 3. I mentioned earlier that there's been a shift from single family to multifamily and more complex buildings. And we currently only have one plan reviewer 3 position, and we need to assist with the backlog there. And we're also asking for a building inspector 1. And right now we only have one building inspector 1 position. And that inspector is very busy because he performs all the inspections for single family, duplex, additions, renovations, and accessory type buildings. And it's just not one person cannot keep up with that volume. So what happens is more senior inspectors are helping with those inspections. We would like to get that resource in the department so that our more experienced inspectors can be focusing their energies on the more complex projects. And then the last incremental that's not funded by taxation is one through the planning department. And what we're asking for there is a permanent, what we call POD, or planner of the day. Right now, we have a system where a planner from upstairs in the planning department or a technician provides technical backup to the front counter. So the way it works, someone comes in and they have a question that's beyond what our front counter development service technicians are able to answer. And so they call upstairs and the planners take turns and the technicians take turns covering the front counter. But what we're finding is the inquiries are more and more complex, and it can take upwards of a day sometimes, so up to 3 days, I'm told, to get back to that person with the information they need, because often it's not a simple ask. And while we're trying to provide a good customer service to those at the counter, it is impacting those file managers and their ability to focus on their development files. And that's where we want their energies focused. So this position is also one that is recommended by the Nielsen report. And then the last incremental I have for you, Stefan touched on it. This is a joint request from Bylaw and Licensing Services and the Parks and Facilities Department to hire 2 full-time bylaw compliance officers. The intention is that these officers would patrol the parks and would deal with things such as public drinking, smoking, loud music, graffiti, vandalism, and litter. And they intend to focus on city parks, the Hot Rocks, Crosses Cabins, Davison Pool, and the Alouette River. Currently, the bylaw and licensing staff can only provide service to parks on a case-by-case basis. We did identify 2 alternatives, but we are not recommending either one of them, largely because of the challenges we have in attracting people to fill short-term contracts. So we think we would be better served to have 2 full-time bylaw compliance officers to patrol the parks. And with that, I conclude my presentation and am happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'll open up the floor, starting with Councillor Youssef.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Carter, for that presentation. Just real quick, when we're talking about the 2 additional bylaw compliance officers, are those 2 also in addition to the 1 compliance bylaw officer that Mr. LeBon was requesting?
It's the same. They work in pairs.
Okay.
And it's a joint request by both departments. So the Parks Department and the Bylaw and Licensing Department.
So in total, we're looking for 2, not
2.
4. Okay, as I was trying to figure out the math. Thank you for that. Next is simply a comment. I really appreciate the work that you're doing, especially on the job creation. I am a very big fan of the pre-approved plans, as you and I had discussed last term, of bringing that about in order to ensure that we have a quicker process to get the much needed housing in. So thank you for that work. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Seeing any other, Councillor Tan.
Thanks, Mayor Rumi. Short list of questions. I'm curious about the purchase of printed building code materials. The $30,000 price tag. I mean, it's a large price tag, but I'm reading the description and I mean, I'm definitely inclined to support it. My question is whether we are also purchasing printed copies of the STEP code and also the new carbon pollution standards, because I'm understanding here that staff will be referencing this while talking to applicants, and then if we're going to have that, we're going to have these. It would be great to have these other pieces available as well.
So on the second part of your question, I'm not able to comment on that. As far as STEP code goes, and I'll probably call on my friend, Mr. Lundgren back here. My understanding is we are getting a new building code this year, a provincial code. My understanding is that the code will embed some of the STEP code piece. But there's an expectation or a thought that there will be amendments also coming later in the year. When we get that STEP code information, our intention is to come to council and give you an update so that we can all understand what it means and how it will be applied. But at this point, we're not entirely sure what that will look like. And the reason why we need paper copies of the code is staff use them for reference. And the way it was explained to me, a lot of the reference documents that are attached to the code are not available online. You have to purchase them. And so often our staff go to the front counter and they're showing people with a hard copy what the code says. And I'll just look to Lee and see if I missed anything. Oh, got a thumbs up.
Great. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. I just really want to emphasize again that I'm sure those 2 pieces will be coming to council as part of our climate action plan. And I want to make sure that, if we got the eggs to make the omelet, we might as well get a butter as well while we're at it. Yeah. Okay. That's it for me, Mr. Mayor Rumi.
That's all. Thank you. We're going to move to Councillor Carreras, please.
Thanks. Super quick. There's a long list of bylaws in there.
Yep.
But I just want to comment on the very last page, because I always look at the 2023 deliverables, which are the ones that probably most reflect the current reflections of our strategic plan. The update on the housing action plan implementation framework, that's the housing needs assessment, right?
There's 2 pieces. So we have a housing action plan. Then the province a couple of years ago said we must have a housing needs assessment, and we have done that. So we have both, but it's our housing action plan identified a number of things that we could do to create housing. And that's where a lot of the secondary suite conversation comes from, and detached garden suites and duplex. So the housing needs and the housing action plan do work together, but they are separate documents.
But the housing action plan would be reflective of the housing needs, right? Because the housing needs would identify what we need in our community.
Yeah.
The housing action plan is how we're going to implement that.
Well, in our
Maybe?
case, it's kind of flipped around because we did the housing action plan first. And then we did the housing needs assessment later. When we were developing our housing action plan, there was definitely a statistical piece that predated that. But we were in a lot of ways ahead of the game. We did our housing action plan before the province came out with the requirement to do a housing needs assessment. Now, one thing I can tell you, when the housing needs, when we did, it was last year, we did the housing needs assessment. That is the provincial requirement. And the findings in that were absolutely consistent with what was in the original housing action plan.
Okay, it just seems strange to me that the housing action plan would come before a housing needs assessment. Like in my own mind, you would do what you need first and then how you're going to get there.
Yeah.
But my question around that is, are we not going back to the housing needs plan then?
We work, the way we do it, we work with them together. So we
Okay.
call it housing action plan implementation, but they're linked.
So we will essentially, when you say update the housing action plan, we're also updating the housing needs.
So we're not updating the housing action plan. We're updating the we're advancing on the
framework.
implementation. So we have an endorsed implementation strategy, and we will be bringing more of it forward to have another conversation with council. So
Okay, so at this time, we're not looking at the housing needs plan anytime soon?
no, because it was just done.
Okay, I just want to make sure because the new legislation that came down, I think that's where I go to, is the new legislation that came down would mean that our housing needs report could be our we must implement report.
And it will be.
Yeah, and so we want to make sure that our housing needs is
Yeah.
what we need and
Yeah, our housing needs report has been done within the window that we don't need to update it.
Okay.
Like based on my research of Bill 43, which is this new Housing Supply Act, it talks about if you have an existing housing needs report and it was done within a certain time period, you can still rely on it. And we're quite confident that the information in that report remains accurate.
and the community hasn't changed. Okay,
Yeah.
so then this will be, how do we essentially implement the framework that's going to meet those needs?
That's right.
Okay. Good. Well, because that does a lot. And when we talk about housing, those are the reports I rely on. What do we need in our community?
Yeah.
And how are we going to get there?
Yeah.
Like those are the two big pieces when those things come before us at council.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm really curious to see. And then again, with the new legislation, how does that impact us?
Yeah.
So it's good to see that. And then the short-term accommodation engagement outcomes that's coming to us probably it looks like at the end of the year. This was something that was started with the previous council. And they were looking for an expansion.
Well, I wouldn't say they were looking for an expansion. There was a recognition that we have a lot of housing in this community that's either up on Airbnb or VRBO. They're not currently legal in our zoning bylaw, but there was a recognition that they provide tourist accommodation. And so there's kind of, I think it's fair to say that council was of two minds. Some recognize that it does support tourism, but there's also a recognition that if secondary suites or detached garden suites are being rented as short-term accommodation, that it's using a space that perhaps would be rented for permanent rental.
Yeah.
So
we are in a strange place, right? We need the
Yes.
housing, but we also have no accommodation. There's
Yeah.
no hotels in our community.
that's right. So
Okay.
staff have done or have finished the consultation,
Okay.
and then we'll be coming forward to council to share what we've heard. And then we'll have to start making some decisions around, are we going to legalize that form, or how do we want to deal with it?
Okay. Thank you. I've just some the questions I had on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, we are coming to the end of our session for today. Ms. Carter, could you we're back here on Wednesday. Oh, it's Ms. Crabtree?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Ms. Crabtree. Come on up.
Thank you.
since we're coming back on Wednesday and we've got a few other programs that we're running through, could you just give us a quick update of what this is all going to look like? So we're not voting on Wednesday. We still have a few other things to continue to do. So maybe just give us an idea of what to expect.
Sure. So I just also wanted to do a quick wrap up for the divisional overviews that have just concluded now. And I just wanted to highlight for council that the way that this material was organized was really to provide you with different options. And so you'll notice that in that first base arrangement, all of the positions that could be funded through fees, they would be able to be included in the 3.5%, which was your general revenue, and your 0.6 for the infrastructure. And then there was the various tiers 1, 2, and 3. None of them are excessive. All of them really just build on delivering on council's priorities, keeping the services the same and making very minor adjustments, and then strengthening those services, and then really trying to move the organization a little bit forward. So tomorrow, or if it was later on this afternoon, capital is the next piece of the business planning process. And you'll hear from each one of the directors, and they'll be providing you some highlights on the capital program. And Mr. Thompson will also be providing you with an overview of what capital is. Then we would go into the deliberations, which allows council to have the conversation about which tiers resonated and how you want to move forward and what direction you want to provide to staff in building the financial plan. Once you've provided us with that direction, then we would go and produce a financial plan and come back to council at a subsequent meeting or committee of the whole and have a financial 5-year financial plan for you to be able to take first through third reading, and then we would come back again for fourth and final. That answer your.
Okay. So I just wanted quickly before we, are we all clear on that? So what's going to happen on Wednesday? And there's still lots of time to have conversations. And I just wanted to make sure that was clear to everybody. Seeing as how we have no other further comments or questions, Councillor Carreras.
Super quick. I just want to, so when does the public have an opportunity to comment on our budget before we make a final decision? Because that is important to me.
So once council provides direction at the end of Wednesday, then we would be launching the public portion or the opportunity for the public to provide input. And that will be on our corporate website in the Engage HQ platform that was already identified, as well as through our social media channels. So at the end of Wednesday, with that clear direction that comes from council, that will allow us to build that 5-year plan and will also allow us to provide that information to the public for comment.
Okay, so I just want to be clear. So Wednesday we debate, you go back with what you heard from us, you create a 5-year plan. I imagine that 5-year plan comes back to us before it goes out for public engagement.
We would take that direction, and that would be what we would use for the public consultation period, the comments and the feedback coming out of the business planning process, and the direction that we have to build that 5-year financial plan. Then we will.
But there's no opportunity for us to say, yes, that was our direction that we gave you before it goes out for public consultation.
You will be providing a resolution to us and to the chief financial officer. So we will have clear direction coming out of here as to what that resolution is.
Okay. So we will see at the same time it goes out for public engagement then.
So the resolution, so just to step us back, the resolution that we will be looking for at the end of the debate with council, we will put up on the screen. And so you will endorse that resolution. That resolution will be crystal clear on what direction council is providing to staff and the appropriate property tax rate as a result. So you will see it first when you endorse it, and then we will go on to public consultation. And then the financial bylaw is created, and that's where you have your 4 readings.
Okay, so the
direction is set by you at the end of Wednesday.
Okay, so basically our resolution is going to be yay or nay to this package, and this is the package with our edits that goes out to the community.
Correct.
Okay, that's what I needed to hear. And then it'll go out for community consultation. It'll come back to us with the input from the community incorporated or in front of us to make edits.
So The process for the financial plan and the public consultation in this instance is largely on the informed basis. So we will have comments from the public on the financial plan, but it typically doesn't factor into making significant changes to the budget.
Okay.
So when we go back to,
So I just want to make sure if we're asking the community what they think on something, then if we're not going to make any changes based on what we've heard from them, what is the point of asking the community what they think? So if the community says we think this or that or this, like as a council should take that community input into our final deliberations.
and you absolutely can, and you can take that public consultation prior to adopting the financial plan. So if there was something significant that you wanted to change out of it, we can add more meetings in, and we will be able to incorporate some of that feedback. Typically, in a typical business planning year, the best place for input from the public is during the business planning guidelines times and on basis of significant master planning. So the fire master plan or the Parks, Recreation and Culture master plan in terms of what they want to hear. So once we have, so we'll provide the opportunity for public consultation. It's largely on the inform. We will feed those comments back to council. And if there was something significant and council wanted to make a change, that can be done. When we adopt this financial plan and we go into the next financial plan, the business planning guideline time is often a time where that full public engagement and a little bit more of an opportunity to have a significant impact on changing the budget. It's the best time for that.
Okay. Just being able to hear from the community on something as significant as budget is important to me. So I just want to make sure we have a process in place to be able to hear from the community before we make our final decision, because it's the community that's impacted by that decision. Thank you.
Absolutely.
So to be clear, though, we have a deadline, I believe, for when the budget must be passed, correct?
Yes, the budget financial plan must be adopted prior to May 15th.
May 15th.
Yeah, prior to. So May 14th is the final day.
So when we go through first, second reading, those are opportunities to incur some of the feedback that we're hearing and perhaps shift in whatever directions we need to shift in. Correct?
Absolutely. And throughout the business planning process and throughout the year, there's always opportunities for feedback from the public. We have on the website, email, all of those things in terms of being able to capture some of that feedback, as well as all the master plans and how those feed into the decision making and building out the financial plan.
Okay. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, we have no further business for the day, correct? We will adjourn for the day. We'll see you tomorrow, the busy day tomorrow. Yes. No, you don't. Put your card down.